Labas rytas.
Good morning.
Smagu visus matyti šiandien.
I'm glad to see you here today. Welcome to the conference organized by the Ministry of Finance, by the European Commission, and by the European Commission representation in Lithuania. This conference is organized and is named Green and Digital Transition in a New Geopolitical Context. It is dedicated to the recovery plan, EU recovery plan, and its implementation in Lithuania. This morning we will have a number of very interesting discussions, very relevant discussions in the current context. We will hear many insights, information, and I hope that we will manage to draw some conclusions and maybe to propose certain guidelines for the future. These guidelines are very needed at the moment. We will discuss a number of important topics. There will be also several speeches. 3 discussions will be held: energy transition from Russian fossil fuels to locally produced renewables. Another discussion, digital transition, next generation public services, and the third discussion, equipping citizens with future skills for twin transitions. 3 panels, 3 big discussion panels, which are the basis for Lithuania and the EU policy. First of all, I would invite you to look at the screen, and you will see the main changes related to next generation EU. So this short presentation, later we will have a more in-depth discussion. If you don't know me, my name is Daiva, I'm a journalist, and I will be the moderator today. I invite you to be active participants, to ask questions. Shortly I will explain to you how the questions can be asked. During the conference, Slido app will be used. You can use Slido for questions, comments, etc. Also, you will be given opportunity to raise questions throughout the discussion in person, so you will just have to raise your hand, and once the microphone will be provided, you will be able to ask a question. So, first of all, the first question on Slido. Probably you all have your smartphones, so I invite you to be active participants on Slido to express your opinion and position. We are really interested to hear from you. So the very first question is, what is the most relevant new generation Lithuania, the areas of the plan in our current geopolitical context? What do you think? The first area is green transition. The second is education, competences that are needed for future green and digital society. And the last one is public service and digitalization. So as you can see, it's already, people are voting already. I don't know why nobody's voting for other. This is curious. So I see the voting is happening.
I
think the directions are very clear. The directions for our country in the future and the directions for our future policy. What is the most important at the moment? Of course, there is no surprise that people are voting for these particular options. Welcome speech will be given. Apologies. First of all, there will be one more video, welcoming speech, so attention to the screen, and it will be given from the European Commission's visit, an overview.
Žalios, skaitmenizuotos, inovatyvios, stiprios Lietuvos idėja, kurios mes visi, tikiuosi, labai draugiškai ir solidariai siekiame.
The president was just explaining the Lithuania's wish to implement this policy.
Elektros importo iš Astravo atominės elektrinės. Prognozuojama, kad kiekvienas pagal planą investuotas euras atneš beveik dvigubą realaus BVP grąžą. Kaip Europos Sąjunga...
We also need to invest into our energy sector to make sure we become independent from the East, and we need to make sure our energy is green, digital and secure. This energy also needs to be accessible to everyone.
A more sustainable, a more digital, a more resilient future for Lithuania. Because with Next Generation EU, we are reshaping our continent for decades. We are investing in the digitalization like never before. We are making the European Green Deal a reality. Next Generation EU is indeed the largest recovery plan the world has ever seen, with a budget in Europe of 800 billion euros in today's prices. It's the recovery we need now. Today, I am very happy to announce that the European Commission has given this morning its green light to Lithuania's Recovery and Resilience Plan. 38% of the national plan will support the European Green Deal. And that means a massive investment in clean energy, wind power, solar power, made and stored, as we've seen here in Lithuania. But what I really appreciate is that besides this strong emphasis on the European Green Deal, the Lithuanian plan has the same level of ambition on our other landmark, and that is digitalization. This will be a European success made in Lithuania.
Taip, Marius Vaščega, Europos komisijos...
Marius Vaščega, head of European Commission representation in Lithuania. He will give a welcome speech. Good morning, everyone. Minister, vice ministers, mayors, guests. 2 years ago, when the pandemic was still going on in the EU, the leaders of the EU agreed upon the RRF instrument, and the amount is unprecedented. It's 807 billion euros. We also agreed upon a new type of financing mechanism. For the first time in history, the financing will be done from common obligations, bonds, and we are also taking this example from the American policies. The new financing form means the new integration phase of the EU. This instrument is new in terms of financing, but also its goals are new. Never before the history of the EU has seen such big investments into green and digital transition, also for modernization and so on. This instrument, as a result, was named Next Generation EU. Negotiations for this instrument between the member states and with the European Parliament saw financing model, result-oriented financing model. Each member state prepares national economy plans and investment plans, and then the payments are related to achievement of certain goals of the reform. This is to ensure the effectiveness of financing. We recently saw a video which is 1 year old, a bit more than 1 year old. Last year in July, the president of the Commission visited Lithuania. So this was the beginning of the Lithuania's journey in the implementation of this instrument. Lithuania, in cooperation with the Commission, drafted a really detailed plan of RRF plan. Lithuania has foreseen reforms to ensure that we become stronger after the pandemic. This foresees over 2 billion subsidies. 2 billion subsidies to Lithuania, and Lithuania also had an opportunity to receive financing as loans. So this is all to ensure that Lithuania becomes greener, more digitalized, more resilient country. Only 1 year later, and when this was launched and the plans were approved, we started receiving investment. Out of 807 billion, only at the moment 112 billion have already been paid. And the need for investment is as big as never before. The brutal war of Russia in Ukraine, the energy blackmail performed by Russia, the inflation, unforeseen numbers, also the decrease in purchasing power. This is the new reality we are facing at the moment, and we have to deal with it. I believe that the question rises whether what was relevant before, after the pandemics, whether the same things are still relevant, because currently the geopolitical situation has changed. And this is one of the topics and goals of today's conference. It's to discuss this. As for reforms and investments, we will discuss their relevancy. Green transition is the focus of our plan, and this is the plan also of energy independence of the EU in general terms, because energy resources, renewables, are a way to go if you want to shift from Russian fossil fuels, because in the past we have been highly dependent on Russian fossil fuels. New generation biofuels, green hydrogen, all these types of resources provide alternatives to fossil fuels. The member states will discuss ways how to achieve this. Simplification of authorizations, permits, and so on will allow to ensure that green transition happens smoothly and effectively. I have no doubt that this next-gen EU plan in Lithuania will be presented by our Minister of Finance. Her role in the drafting of this plan has been extremely important and also appreciated by the bank. So over 300 megawatts for solar panel fleet construction. Also offshore wind farms will be constructed, 215 watts for storage facilities. Renovation will be done in over 1 million square meters of living areas. And all this is foreseen in the next New Generation Lithuania's plan. And this is a plan to move towards energy independence. Of course, the plan has many other goals related to digitalization, modernization, IT infrastructure modernization. We are talking about resilience and preparation for challenges in the future. We're also getting ready for health crises. We're discussing investments in the health sector, education reform. Education and skills are very important, and for this we're implementing programs, Millennium Schools. All these aspects I've mentioned is, of course, not a comprehensive list of our plan, but our plan is highly ambitious. And I believe that our Lithuania's plan is really comprehensive, and it is relevant in the face of current challenges, in the time of uncertainties, economic uncertainties. So we need to ensure that we effectively use the finances that are allocated. The Commission, taking into account the situation in Ukraine and Russia's invasion, the Commission has suggested to make sure that Lithuania becomes independent from Russia as soon as possible. The suggestion involved diversification strategies, greener energy strategies, and so on. And this plan foresees over 70 million euros for RRF measure. And the plan Repower EU. The member states will be able to update their national RRF plans with Repower EU, and this will make sure we will be able to cut ties with Russia's energy as soon as possible. What's also important to mention is that the plan's potential has not been fully tapped. There is a number of other loans that will be provided. Those loans will help us address challenges related to the Russia's invasion, and we are currently holding discussions in this context. This conference is happening at a very important time. We are implementing structural reforms, we're drafting investment plans, and some of this financing is available to the public as well. We are discussing with the public institutions, and we're looking forward to insights, suggestions in terms of what can be done to improve the situation. As the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, said, now more than ever, social partners are at the forefront of our union, and the conference is dedicated for that reason, to look for the best possible solutions. The idea of Europe is being implemented in Lithuania. It's not a marathon. It is a long-term goal, a journey, and we're looking forward to transfer what we have for future generations. So I hope that we will see a success story, and I wish you good discussions. Thank you.
Taip, dėkoju Mariui Vaščegai, Europos komisijos.
Thank you, Marius Vaščega, the head of European Commission President in Lithuania, and now Daiva Jakaitė, the head of European Parliament Liaison Office in Lithuania, will give a welcoming address. Thank you, Daiva. Good morning, dear colleagues and public. My colleague Marius Vaščega gave a wide overview of the content on why and what about the resilience plans are. I would like to talk more about the processes. This is not only a process that involves Commission and the European national governments. These plans should involve all European citizens, and that's why the European Parliament is very active in the process from the very beginning. The European Parliament was among the initiators who invited the Commission to make sure that Europe allocates resources for quick recovery of European economy. And the European Parliament also took quick steps to make sure that relevant documents in legislature would be quickly adopted in the European Parliament. And all of the adoptions happened very quickly and quicker than ever before. In addition to that, there's a special oversight group that's made up of 27 members of the parliament, and these are not member states representatives. These are 27 members who represent political groups in the European Parliament. This was done to make sure that on the European level as well as national level, no citizen, no social group would be left behind in the national plans. The supervision group has met over 20 times in the European Parliament over the last year and a half, and we also invited the European Commission, the commissioners, the representatives of the Commission to give presentations on what are the results in the member states and is everything on track in all the areas that were mentioned before, in energy, digitalization, etc. We'll hear one of the members of the group, Jan Olbricht, member of the European Parliament from Poland, will participate in discussion on digital transition. What's very important for the European Parliament, I would like to also mention what my colleague mentioned at his speech. The plans have to be national plans. That means that the society has to be included in the preparation of the plans. And I mean structured society, social partners, NGOs, other groups. It was mentioned that it was already mentioned before that there were some problems in Lithuania regarding this as the plan was being prepared. So I'd like to wish that the yearly conference is not the only occasion where the civil society is involved in preparing the plan, because the national plan has to represent all the interests of all the society. Now, towards the end of the address, I'll give a more personal view. We just met journalists in a short meeting, and we discussed on how the national recovery and resilience plans operate. 20 years ago, I was very active during the process of Lithuania's accession to the EU. I cooperated with the negotiation teams, I participated in the negotiation. So now we see a process where Lithuania has signed an agreement between Lithuania and the European Commission, and Lithuania should give regular reports on what has been implemented and also receive guidelines from European Commission representatives on what should be done, what can be improved. So this process really reminds me of the accession process to the EU. As everyone knows, the accession process was successful, and it led to many reforms in various areas of life in Lithuania, and Lithuania could learn from the best practice from the old member states, and Lithuania managed to achieve a lot once joined the EU. So I'd like to wish that the recovery plans in all member states, including Lithuania, would be an impetus for the advancement of the society where no one is left behind and no area is also forgotten. I do hope that this conference will help that, and I do hope that there will be more events, smaller events, not only once a year, and I do hope that there will be a successful social dialogue going. Thank you, and best of luck in the discussions.
Dėkoju Daivai ir dabar dar kartą prašysiu
Jūsų
pažvelgti į ekraną, kur
I would like to ask you to look at the screen where we'll see the welcoming address by Virginijus Sinkevičius, member of the Commission.
Sveiki atvykę į Europos ekonomikos
Welcome to the conference on the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Plan in Lithuania. I'm very happy that a lot of people are involved here, representatives of social partners, there are representatives of the Commission, and you all will discuss regarding the future of Europe. And every European adds to the future of Europe. Next Generation EU is the biggest stimulus package in Europe, in Europe's history. The aim was to help the recovery after the pandemics. But recover doesn't mean that we have to do the same as we did before. Another aim is to help EU reach long-term goals and become more competitive, go through a breakthrough in the digital area, and solve other challenges that are important for national member states. In the upcoming 4 years, Lithuania will get more than 2 billion euros investment through the facility. 40% of that goes to climate goals, more than 30% to digital agenda. Once the plan is implemented, we'll have a different life. We will have thousands of charging stations for e-vehicles. We'll have cheaper energy, and in the regions we have better health services, we have better education services for pupils, and better digital service for the society. We'll have better environment, and we'll fight the climate change. The plan was a response to the pandemics, but now it has a new meaning. In the context of Russian aggression against the Ukraine, we see that only through energy independence we will be safe from energy blackmail. And we need cybersecurity to prevent cyber threats. We now see better than ever why the public services are so important. We need also to have resilience to disinformation in the education sector. The New Generation EU plan in Lithuania is about that. There's a 200-megawatt battery park, energy storage park, that's already being built, and it will help Lithuania should Russia decide to cut Lithuania from its energy networks. There are 300 megawatts of sun and wind power plants that are to be built. There's also a cybersecurity system center being created in Lithuania, and there are further investments in other investments in cybersecurity. I wish you constructive discussions in this conference, discuss on the challenges that you see, and let's find ways to meet the challenges through the facilities. We can implement the plan fully, and the Lithuanian plan is not the promise from Lithuania towards the Commission. It's our common promise towards the future generations, and we have to implement our promises for the future. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move to the keynote speech. Marius Vaščega touched upon the essence of the New Generation EU Lithuania plan, so I would like to invite Gintarė Skaistė, the Minister of Finance. Good morning. Very glad to be here, to see you all, and very glad to have an opportunity to discuss the most important tasks that lay ahead us. Now, this instrument is really exceptional. It's exceptional not only for us, but for the whole EU. There's also a launch of investment through European structural funds. So now we're visiting Lithuanian regions, and we're discussing how can we use 7.5 billion investment in the upcoming years. This facility is smaller, it's 2 billion years, but it's also a very different instrument. And I'd like to discuss how this instrument is different. Now, first of all, it's shorter duration. We have to spend the investment until 2026, and it's also an experiment in the EU, and if the experiment goes well, we will see changes in the way financing is done in the EU. Now, let's look at the current situation, GDP on purchasing power parity in the EU. Green line is Lithuania. Now, just a few years ago, the picture was very different. Now we are ahead of our neighbors, even though sometimes the life on the other side of the border looks better. But I believe that EU investment helps in improving the life in Lithuania. The quality of life is getting better, and we are going up in the context of the European Union. Now, as this slide was prepared, we also had, as an example, a few southern states in the EU, because we did better in the last few years. But then I decided that it's probably not very correct to compare ourselves to the southern countries, so we only left the neighbors here. But we did better than some of the southern European states that did better a few years ago. That means that some countries actually get trapped in the middle income trap. Some countries reach a comfortable level and then kind of get stuck there and stop doing the reforms that are needed to move forward, to do better. I think that the Next Generation Lithuania plan will help us to avoid the middle income trap, and also hopefully it would help us to move forward, further and reach 100% of the EU average. Now let's look at the way the document was prepared. The document was very timely. The situation was very difficult. We started during the pandemics, and then it seemed that the solution should be adopted very quickly, and that's what the EU did. EU did this at, space speeds, because discussions with the member states usually would take years on the budget, on where the money should be directed. But in this case, seeing the threats from the pandemics, the European politics managed to come to an achievement very, very quickly. In addition to that, we had a change of government in Lithuania, so the new government had to prepare this plan very quickly. But also Lithuanian new government had to prepare the program for Lithuania, for the new government, for 4 years. So we had a very similar timeline, and that led to a synergy between these processes. In preparation of government program, we were looking for ways to implement the program, and then seeing the EU priorities, we could integrate that into the government program. That also leads to a political responsibility and obligation. The government has an obligation to fulfill what's in the government program, and our government program reflects what's in this plan, so it also reflects our obligation to implement this plan. Now, the plan was also adapted not only the government program, but we also had a long-term national advancement plan. We have a plan till 2030 on what we need to achieve in Lithuania, and that also includes certain financement. And it means that all of us are working in common to reach certain indicators. You see the indicators here, they are in the plan, and the new Generation Lithuania plan will also help in achieving the same indicators. Some indicators seem more relevant now in the current context, and we're trying to raise the ambition level on these indicators. We have three main priorities for the government: the Green Deal, digitalization, and education, and that reflects the EU goals. Now, the green transition, there was a requirement to have 37% of investment at least, and for digital transformation had to have at least 20% of the investment. As for the other investments, we had to take into account the Council of the EU recommendations for Lithuania, and there were recommendations regarding the healthcare, the social care, other areas, and we had to integrate everything in one plan. Now, there's a lot of attention to Green Deal. A lot of people think that when they hear Green Deal, they think that it only relates to maybe agriculture and the environment. But currently, the Green Deal and the green transition, first of all, means a part of our plans to become energy independent. And a lot of attention in the plan, in the deal, is given to renewable energy and in better energy efficiency through renovation of buildings. Then we have digitalization. In order to move to a more value-added economy, we have to better use data, and we have to open the data so we can base our government decisions on data. We have plans how to do this, and that's also part of this plan. And that's one of the main priorities for the plan. Additionally, as the government, we have a third priority, education. We have an agreement with all political parties in Lithuania on what changes we want to see in the education in the near future, and we have many important points there. We have the primary education, we have the Millennium Schools education, we have vocational training reform, higher education reform, and lifelong learning. A lot of investment from this plan will be directed to these issues, especially to millennial schools. That's one of the flagships of the plan, and will be funded through New Generation Lithuania plan. Now let's see another way in which this plan is different from structural funds. Now in structural funds, you have to prepare a plan, and then you spend the money, and then you have to submit the documents on what you spend the money on, and then you get the investment. Next Generation EU works differently. Investment and the subsidies are paid out when the indicators are achieved. There's 191 indicator. There are part of them, 67 is regulatory indicators, and 124 are investment indicators. Now, which are more expensive? Well, the more expensive indicators relate to the more difficult decisions, where you not only need to spend money, but also have good achievements. Currently, we are preparing reforms and preparing legislation for regulatory indicators to make sure that the money spent would achieve as much value added for the society as possible. I'll later move on to all the indicators, but here we have the school reform and the reform of the hospital sector of the system, and also there's the energy breakthrough, and this is the core part. Now 28 regulatory indicators have already been achieved, and we'll report on them once we submit our request for the first payment for the European Commission. Now looking at the actual funds for the year 22-23, we'll have call for application for 2.1 billion euros. Most of that will be regarding the year 2022, 1.2 billion euros. Looking at the priorities, first of all, we have health care. We have regulated a system of reusing health data. That means that health data can be reused for science, for health institutions, once the data is anonymized. Then we have a social care system. Now it's very difficult to explain for people how the funds through this area will reach people. This is being funded not through EU funds or EU support systems, but it's funded through national budgets. The pensions, the social allocations, everything is funded through national contributions. But the plan demands reforms. We'll have a new pension for people who live alone. We have new standards for social care. We have new measures to encourage entrepreneurship, and there will be a study on minimal income. All is done to ensure better value added. Then there's education. We already have Millennium Schools system. 57 schools in the municipalities have participated in the program to get EU funding and to have a new system of forming the classes in the schools. We will not teach different grades together, like 8th and 9th grade together in the same classroom, and that will increase the quality. Then there's a new platform for vocational learning. Now that area has been undervalued lately. The image is very poor here regarding vocational training. In other EU countries, more people choose vocational learning, so we want to encourage that in Lithuania, and that's in the plan. And then we'll start a new information system on lifelong learning. Then let's move on to the green transition.
This is one of the strategic goals at the moment. We have to tackle the nowadays problems, and we are launching a number of tasks. We are developing the e-vehicle charging stations network, and not only the stations will be built, but there will be also an information system that will allow users to find the charging station and use it. We will also launch solar panel park. This will give opportunity to business in terms of purchasing their own solar stations and use them. Also in the Baltic Sea, we will build an offshore wind farm. Renovation processes will also take place. We will invest not only in the so-called traditional renovation, but in a higher class renovation, and we will invest into preparation of new models to ensure that investment and renovation is as effective as possible. Then there is the digital transition. Opening of data is one of the priorities for our government, and Department of Statistics became the center for the management of data. So it not only includes statistical data, but this information will be opened to the public and to the business. Science and innovations changes that have been done. Requirements for entry to the universities have been changed, both for those who receive state-funded and those who don't receive state-funded opportunities. And an innovation agency started its work. Another important area is public sector of quality. Investment have been given to the automation of processes of tax inspectorate to ensure that we reduce the shadow economy, and we also changed the VAT taxation. Another structural changes were done after an analysis has been done. The law on personal income has been changed to ensure better conditions and better taxation for people receiving lower income. In the future, we're also launching a number of other things. So the internet platform operators will collect and provide taxation data on transactions done on the internet, and also the school children will receive e-student cards. This will also be done in regions, because currently they are still lagging behind. What are the challenges? So the first challenge was related to the pandemics. After the pandemics, we had to reform the economy, as was already mentioned by the Commissioner. We focused on the digitalization and greening policies, which are the focus of the EU as well as of Lithuania. But at the moment, when we're in the middle of the implementation of our plan, we sometimes have to aim for more. This plan contributes to our energy independence. In the past, the EU was quite skeptical of our fears in terms of our neighbor in the east. But at the moment, nobody doubts that our policy, energy policy, was a correct one. It was useful. And at the moment, we do not purchase any electricity or fossil fuel energy from Russia. The West is also investing in renewables and in other areas. But at the moment, despite the fact that the West is using the gas from Russia, we're still dependent on the West because we have to purchase energy from them. At the moment, investment in renewables is happening both in Lithuania and in the whole of EU. We currently have plans how to increase our generation from renewables, electricity generation, and this plan is currently being reformed because we want to reach higher ambitions and believe that by 2030 we will become an exporting country, energy export country, and we will no longer use the resources from our neighbors. So the instrument Next Generation EU will give us opportunities not only to use the subsidies and to use the 2 billion investments, but we will also add to the plan that we are planning to take loans from this instrument. And together with the Ministry of Energy, we are preparing a plan to ensure we develop further and to ensure that we can purchase cheap and independent electricity. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Now, please stay somewhere close because soon we will have a discussion on this topic. We're just getting the area prepared for our first panel discussion. This is a very important topic, energy and Green Deal. What are the possibilities, opportunities to make the right decisions? Much has been said on ambitious plans. Now let's return to the reality and see what actually can be done, how much time is needed, and what are the possibilities that we have. And how can the recovery plan can help us in this area. First of all, I would like to invite you to look at the screen and the discussion will be presented.
Nežinau, kaip jums, man kai kurie vis tiek.
I don't know about you, but to me some points really seem impossible at the moment, but maybe it's possible to implement those goals. So I now once again invite the minister to take her seat on the panel discussion. Gintarė Skaistė, Minister of Finance, also Vice Minister of Energy Albinas Zananavičius, another participant Darius Maikštėnas, CEO and Chairman of the Board of Ignitis Group. Please take your seat. And President of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, Vidmantas Janulevičius.
Visus gyvai dalyvausiančius pristačiau nuotoliniu būdu.
And remotely,
Europos komisijos energetikos generalinio
DG Energy European Commission Director
integracijos direktorė Katarina
Sikov-Magni. Apologies if we pronounced your name incorrectly.
Katarinos prisijungiančios.
We wait for her to connect.
O taip, hello. Sveiki. Taip. Gerai, ir pradžioje vėlgi, kad jūs neužmigtumėte ir taip
So, to start the discussion and to encourage you to participate in it too, I encourage you to participate in the Slido questionnaire, whether the green transition remains relevant in the context of Russia's war in Ukraine. So, yes, more relevant than before, or no? Please express your opinion on this topic. I believe the result we could have anticipated.
Jūs klausimus taip pat galite užduoti.
You can also ask questions throughout the discussion, as I've mentioned. You can raise your hand and a microphone will be provided for your question. Or you can also use Slido app. Please rate the questions as well. If you think that a question raised by your colleague is more relevant, rate that question so that we would have the time to ask it. Let's start from you, Minister, from what you've said and explained in terms of our plans. We will focus on the energy sector. Our plans are highly ambitious. The head of the European Commission also said that our plans are highly ambitious, but are they implementable? The fact that I'm sitting in the panel of energy experts proves that energy sector needs financing, otherwise there is no result that can be achieved. So we use the structural funds and other funds, but obviously we will not be able to achieve our goals without the possibility to use both private and public funds. So we need to work together in terms of planning of financing and investment, but also we need to create the relevant regulation environment. We have to work in the area of tax incentives. We also need to ensure that there is relevant regulatory environment so that investment reaches their goals. There is also the National Climate Change Plan that needs to be implemented. So we have a number of strategic plans. And we need to ensure that the investment happens as soon as possible. But some unpopular political decisions need to be taken in order to achieve our plan. What do you think about this? Probably those decisions will need to be taken. Yes, we need to talk, to explain that certain decisions contribute to long-term goals. Of course, sometimes it's difficult for people to change. But without change, there is no result. As I was showing on my first screen, those who sleep over their achievements or who do not move forward don't achieve the goals. their goals. Lithuania knows its strategic direction. We need to invest in connections with the Western countries and our networks, grids. We need to admit that we're vulnerable in this area. We're vulnerable in the area of energy because we don't have our own energy generation. That is why we need to make political decisions. We need to make political decisions to ensure that we're energy independent. Otherwise, we will not be competitive. We need to be able to explain this to the public. Certain decisions are not popular, but they contribute to strategic goals, and these decisions are extremely necessary. A question to the Vice Minister. Everything looks good on paper, but in reality, is it possible to implement the plan, and what decisions need to be taken? What unpopular decisions need to be taken? Yes, we see the situation has changed. Despite the fact that the public opinion and the mass media focuses more on our gas security, and this question is currently being addressed at the EU level. And what's important is not to lose our strategic goals and to move forward. Today, in contrast to a few years ago, renewable energy is economically mostly viable. And the fact is that, of course, at the beginning it requires investment, big investment. And this investment is accumulated from private funds and from European funds as well as national funds. But in the future, we will get a result. And that we will have enough energy and affordable energy. So, of course, in the beginning, we need investment to achieve that.
Right, and then to get the funding, the EU says, okay, we can give you funding and grants and loans. Well, loans might sound difficult because when people hear that the state is taking a loan, everyone is very surprised, because back from 2008, people don't like to hear that the country is taking out a loan. But then I guess we have to explain to people that the loans by the Commission is more of an investment than an actual loan. Anyway, we've been told that we are getting the loans, but you have to do your homework. So I see a question on Slido. What kind of energy transformation are we speaking if it takes almost a year to get a permit for a solar power plant? So we're rushing at the speed of a turtle. Well, we can say that Lithuania in Europe is one of the few countries that actually reached the goals, the indicators on how quick do you have to issue all the documents for solar power plants. Of course, I don't deny that there might be some bottlenecks in certain situations, but actually the situation has improved a lot. There's been adopted a breakthrough package, and all the procedures are being unified, they're being simplified. So I believe that in the future, the cases where the permit takes a year for solar power plant, well, that will disappear in the future. Vidmantas, I will address you now. I'm sure that you can share your experience on what we see on the ground when the reforms are being implemented. So how actually real are the the reforms? Thank you. Well, you are raising a question regarding renewables, and I'll discuss that from the perspective of industrialists. I would like to thank the Commission for the plan. Previously, I thought the European Union is very bureaucratic, very slow, that there's no vision, etc. But in the last decade, I see that there is a direction that reflects the interests of most European countries towards sustainable development. Sadly, we don't have fossil resources. And on the other hand, countries that have fossil resources quite often have a dictator, whether the country is close to us or far away from us. What we have in Europe is knowledge and talent. So the plan is built on this, on knowledge, on talent, and that we can create value added in our countries using this. So I thank the Commission for the plan, and of course I see that this will transform Lithuania. Now, mentioning permits, we can improve that, though I can understand that there's now a huge workload because everyone wants to do renewables now because it just became very competitive. The return on investment is returned in 2 years now because of the new prices. Now let's look at the industry. What's important here is to ensure that industry has direct access to generation sources. Sadly, and that's the critique I'm gonna say, is that from 2014 I was raising this issue. After the Crimean annexation, I was saying that we don't have enough generation locally in Lithuania. And after the 2014, we've seen an increase, but not enough. Every year we saw an increase in imports from the aggressor country. And we reached 80% at one point. So that means that we didn't do all our homework correctly. From the year 2017, we saw better, more rapid changes, but we still need to push them and have even more rapid changes. Now, as regards industry, we're really backwards location because we buy very expensive energy sources. Now, Italy and France in media, they mention Lithuania as an example where the energy prices are even higher than Italy or France, so we're a kind of bad example. We need to move forward here. We need to have direct generation from industry. And there's also a problem of trust. I believe that all companies, and especially the bigger ones, should be able to access offshore wind generation. That's very important for big companies. Solar power plants can meet the demand of citizens, of inhabitants, but the industry needs wind power. Now, you mentioned that people are viewing negatively this. I think this is a matter of the generations. For my daughters, the wind generation plants in the sea, they are beautiful. They see those windmills and they think that it's beautiful. Now, my mother, who's older, thinks that this is not beautiful, that it is kind of visual, well, basically visual trash. I could say that an airplane or a ship can also be as a visual hindrance. Now, Vidmantas, I must say that politicians know who's the voting person, so politicians will probably look at your mother who doesn't like the wind power plant because she will come voting. Yes, that's possible, but we have to raise the awareness. And we have to make sure that everyone has accessible to renewables. So solar plants for citizens, and then wind and solar for medium companies, and wind for big companies. That will ensure energy for our industry, and that ensures our competitiveness, because otherwise we'll fall behind. Renewables currently with current technologies can reach 4 cents on offshore as production costs for energy. So that's 4 times cheaper than current energy prices. We have to invest all together in this area, and in the future, once the situation becomes more stable with the East, well, some developers will sell their wind power capacities when they want to take the profits out. But currently, we need to move very quickly and to reach the ambitious indicators, because we can generate everything in our country. Right, so we need to invest together, have a wide possibilities. Darius, what do you think about these opportunities and the goal to produce all energy in Lithuania from renewables in a decade? What about this goal? That's completely achievable, no problem in this area.
Pasakykite tada tą stebuklingą
So
formulę.
what's the magical formula for this? Well, if there are no mistakes, we can do that, because there will be traps and mistakes on the way. Now we're in a situation where we have high prices due to war. And because of that, everyone wants to produce. That's very good, and that's a psychological and emotional breakthrough. Everyone, from inhabitants to politicians to industrialists, everyone understands that they will need large investments and will need a lot of efforts, and everything will be directed to this area. I believe that even people will accept the changes in the landscape views, because Lithuania will have offshore wind plants that will be both visible and invisible. There is a new wind park that's close to Palanga, that's about 30 kilometers from the shore. So you can see this park only at a certain point when you have light behind you and the sky is clear. So if you go to the seaside in the morning, we'll see the park, but once we go in the evening, because we'll have the sun in front of us, we won't see the park, and the senior citizens will be able to see the sunset without any emotional problems, because they won't see the park. And that's also an important point for people to know. Now, there are also some challenges and dangers. To achieve 100% by 2030, we need to move so quickly that by the year 2035 we'll need 150%, and then by 2040 we'll need 200% of what we produce, of what we used to be produced in Lithuania. So to reach 100, we need a plan and infrastructure and a strategy that would allow us to produce huge amounts of energy in the future and in exporting this energy. If we don't have that, what's going to happen? Then in the year 2027, we'll see a fall-off investment in local renewables, because people will see that the local market is limited, and in renewable development, if there is an overinvestment, prices might fall, become negative, and investments stop. So everyone is now in favor of investment. A few years ago, we had to justify why we're not building more gas-powered plants. Now no one is raising questions about gas-powered plants. But to reach the goal for 2030, we really need to think about where we're going to use the surplus of energy in the future. And that sounds like a paradox. But you have to prepare for the surplus. Now, the plan has a very large input towards electrification of transport. There are discussions regarding green hydrogen and green fuel. This is also very important to move to a new generation of infrastructure, ecosystem, and specialists. That will be very important for the huge offshore power plants, because these power plants will also, offshore wind power plants will also produce green hydrogen. So to reach these goals, we have to increase electrification of our country. We have to think in what way we're going to move away from fossil fuel towards renewables, and we'll have to think about transforming our transport, because that will also relate to infrastructure at sea. Darius, while I'm listening to you and I see that you're a visionary, you're speaking about now surplus, but currently that seems surreal. Of course, we need to discuss that. Well, the issue is that investment projects are planned for 30 years. So if we don't have a clear signal for investors who need to bring tens, hundreds of billions to the region, well, we have to explain to them what we're going to do with the surplus. Now, we can do a lot also with small projects, but the real breakthrough will have only once we know what we're going to do in 2030, 2035. Right, okay, so we're mostly thinking about our own country, but then what about the people who are elsewhere, who see maybe a wider picture, maybe they see a better picture? So I'd like to ask Madam Katarina Syko-Magni, what does Commission think about Lithuanian preparation? What does the Commission think about our plan in energy? And what are your views on the directions, on what Lithuania could do better, where Lithuania could do more, what opportunities Lithuania could use better, the instruments that are provided by the European Commission? Please, Catherine.
Many thanks and good morning. So I think the meeting today is a very topical one to take stock where we are, where Lithuania is in implementing the energy transition. We have had, as speakers also mentioned, a policy since a decade to ensure that we build up renewable capacity, which is domestic source. And we did reach the 2020 target of 20% of renewables. Lithuania did very well already here and was able even to enter into an agreement with another member states to sell the sort of a surplus or beyond target renewables to Luxembourg in this case. We have now increased the ambition and proposed a target for 2030 at 45%. That is huge increase. So it's not only doubling from 2020, but it is tripling the investment volumes that we need to reach the target. And this is a challenge to everybody. We see already today that wind onshore is competitive with fossil sources, and with today's prices stemming mostly from the awful war of Mr. Putin in Ukraine, all these kind of investments are highly commercially viable. But the next step here is to build offshore. Offshore offers a more reliable source. There is typically more wind all the time in the sea areas than onshore. And cooperation in the offshore is something that we are pushing to work together with your Baltic Sea neighbors in order to plan together high ambition and the grids. The recent summit whereby the heads of state and government met to discuss the ambition in the Baltic Sea area is a witness of this ambition, and I congratulate Lithuania, of course, on this. Then solar is also becoming extremely competitive today, be it large scale or solar rooftop at people's home. And here again, the important element is to build it, but also from the technological front. We are leaders in wind. We must keep the industrial leadership in Europe. We have to some extent lost the industrial leadership in solar. However, I know that, for instance, in Vilnius, there is a lot of already production ongoing, and hopefully we can bring this to a larger scale and back to Europe, making it domestic. But what do we need then? My co-speakers have already mentioned we need funding, we need permitting, both rapidly and available. I think from the EU side, we have provided the support, be it through Repower EU or other funding sources, by providing the legal framework for renewables to build up through public PPAs, long-term contracts, and on permitting also, we have made a proposal to speed up. I must here also appreciate Lithuania's efforts, because in the European comparison, you are very advanced. So congratulations for all the efforts here. But of course, we need to also ensure security of supply. Wind and solar are variable, and typically today, the security supply comes from reliance on fossil fuels and far too often reliance on Russian imports. Here again, I think Lithuania has been very forward-looking with the Klaipėda Independence Terminal, which allows you to be independent from Russian imports. Klaipėda now is to become a regional hub, and in the longer term, we of course must ensure that also that LNG that comes in will be decarbonized. And here, in the very long term, or in the shorter term, perhaps already, biomethane from waste, from agricultural residues, is a highly promising source. In Denmark, for instance, of all their gas consumption, 1/3 is already from biomethane, which again is available on a domestic scale. And in the longer term, as we also heard, hydrogen can be the way to store surplus renewables. So in the very long term, hopefully we can store the sun from the summer in order to use it to heat our houses in the winter. But that's not for today, that's for a little longer term. But indeed, Lithuania does need more domestic production. I was glad to hear that the plans are ambitious, and we will do from our side everything we can to make sure that they are implemented. And this renewable capacity, production capacity domestically is highly important also for the success of the synchronization project, so that the costs can be kept low. I will then conclude by saying that in all these areas, cooperation is a key element. Cooperation between member states. I mentioned offshore synchronization is an example of excellence in that respect, but also at the local level. And here, the acceptance of people often depends that they see the benefits of the energy transition at the local level. Here, again, the EU legal framework provides for citizen renewable energy communities, which will allow citizens to invest, exchange, benefit from local renewables. And also there are examples of where communal wind parks, for instance, bring revenues to the commune and therefore also make public acceptance into something which is citizens even wanting to have investments in their neighborhood. So from the EU side and Commission side, we are providing the legal framework. I think most of it is in place, and we hope to have the renewable directive, which is currently in the negotiation, very rapidly adopted by the Council and the Parliament, so that we can start implementing it and repower EU. I think the important element is here to make sure that you keep the ambition, so the ambition of the plan, which we do appreciate. And if there are any elements where there are bottlenecks or delays, let's then work together to see how we can overcome any such bottleneck, which is inevitable in every plan. And we are there to work together with you for the successful implementation. Thank you.
Taip, tai tikrai tų galimybių variantų.
So as we see, there is a number of instruments, possibilities, and a question related to that, as a continuity to what Katarina has mentioned. There is opportunities, but in terms of rising prices, what impact can the higher prices have? And this is the question we received on Slido. The higher energy prices may mean that we will be unable to achieve our goals, because for the same amount of money, we won't be able to achieve the same foreseen goals. Well, I think that there is two elements. First of all, the implementation of investment projects is getting pricier, but the technology is becoming stronger. Private and public investors see the need to invest because this does pay off. And there is more money to implement these type of projects. But the whole logic of economy ensures that the green projects that contribute to the implementation of renewable projects, they pay off, and these type of projects are long-term. Investment, such as the pension fund investments, are done not for the next day, but they invest for long-term. And at the moment, if we want to invest and we want to make sure that we receive benefits for many years to come, we need to ensure we choose green energy. And I believe that investors are doing the same. What we do in Lithuania, as well as other EU member states, we use investment projects, but we also create databases that would help institutional investors to participate in green projects. So this is an area where accumulation of private and public investment happens. So, of course, the prices have an impact, but as a result, we have to make decisions, fast decisions. But at the same time, the money flow goes towards the implementation of the strategic goals. And the financing comes not only from public, but from private sector, too. Can you please confirm, Minister? Later on, we'll give the floor to other panelists. At the moment, according to the Next Generation EU plan, we're waiting for grants. But there's also possibilities to get loans. So I'm not sure, maybe, was it explained properly? Or are we going to take advantage of the loans as well? This plan on the subsidies has been drafted, but it's obvious that the war in Ukraine has changed the situation. All the instruments which we foresaw before, now we have to review our plans and our indicators. We're now updating our plan, and we're planning to take loans from the EU instruments and to make sure that both the business and the public is able to have their own renewable resources, and we want to make sure that everybody also has access to cheap energy. In addition, what I wanted to say is not the higher prices. The problem is with the implementation of the projects. At the beginning, so for example, 4 gigawatts of solar power, so 8 persons will be employed for the production of 1 gigawatt. So as a result, we'll have 20,000 new jobs. We need to ensure that people are trained properly. I have no doubts about the money. The money will come, there will be investment from the private capital and so on. The main problem will be how we will do it. We need to ensure that we train experts. We need to ensure we have the people, human resources. Of course, rising prices is a temporary thing. This rise of prices will be stabilized within 1.5 years. Of course, the prices will not go back to the pre-COVID levels. At the moment, the 20 trillion euros, this amount has already been used throughout the pandemic. So the money is available, and the prices, of course, will stabilize, but the inflation will have an impact on it. We currently have this opportunity to create new jobs, and this will create value added. 20,000 jobs, we have calculated this is the amount of jobs that will be created. And it's important also for the industry to have their own generation resources. Maybe that will be a question to the representative from Commission. Are we planning to use border carbon tax from next year? Because some Asian countries need to transform as well. then we will be able to compete only within the EU. We will be able to compete in terms of which product will have the lowest CO2 footprint. We also have to ensure that we have a level playing field within the EU and also in terms of the third countries. So border adjustment mechanism has been created for this particular goal, to encourage other countries to move towards greener goals. So this is my last question about third countries. So we have the opportunities, but we now need to hurry up to make sure that we do what's needed. We need to look for opportunities. We need to discuss, because we've proven many times that we have been right in the past, because we have been talking about this for years already. So maybe Katarina will be able to reply in terms of this border tax, border adjustment tax.
Thanks indeed, and Commission indeed did propose as part of the Green Deal package more than a year ago this so-called CBAM, which is the border adjustment mechanism, which is currently in the interinstitutional negotiations in the Council and the European Parliament. So I would call the co-legislators to come to an agreement on this important proposal very rapidly, because it would indeed provide a better level playing field between EU and third countries. In addition to the border adjustment mechanism, the Commission is also proposing measures to address the question of forced labor, which is of course also something that is happening in some third countries and provides a competitive advantage at the high social cost. So that is also another element that is coming that could or should then help European producers to produce not only technically innovative and good products, but also socially and ethically sustainable projects. So that is another element that is coming on the table. Thank you.
Taip, viceministrė.
Yes, now I want to ask Vice Minister, in terms of prices, do you have anything to add? Why is the project of offshore wind postponed? Because this would have helped us with the current crisis. Another question in terms of breakthrough in renovation, construction of smart buildings, and so on. These are all important elements to ensure that we achieve our goals, right? So starting from the beginning, we see that there is a conflict of interests. Industry wants the cheapest energy possible. Developers want to ensure that their costs pay off. So what is the price comprised of? This is similar if we have really powerful connections, then the energy goes towards pricier. So it's important to find the right balance. And this is done via development of generation, energy generation, and we also need to ensure we find the right balance. We need to ensure that the developers do not go bankrupt. And we also need to ensure that the energy prices are competitive. At the moment, in the current situation, around 30% of own generation is not acceptable politically. This needs to change. We need to generate more our own energy in the future, and we need to move forward because, of course, development of connections takes time. So once we will improve our generation level, then we will discuss surplus and other questions. In terms of offshore wind park farm, I don't know what postponement has been done, because actually we have been discussing the other way around. We wanted to implement it as soon as possible. So now we're giving over, the state has done its job, the seabed has been investigated, researched, and now is the time for the project to be passed over to the developer. to ensure that the wind shore farm is constructed. In terms of buildings and renovations, this topic, let's admit it, we're really lagging behind in terms of renovation. Around 30% of energy we waste through inefficient buildings. Of course, we're in the north of Europe, so we're different from the southern Europeans, but we still have room for improvement. And this is the area where a big breakthrough is needed. The current prices is a very good incentive to encourage the renovations. And in terms of bottleneck, what prevents this? So there is lack of human resources, there is lack of materials. As a result, we're unable to do renovations in the speed that we would like to. I think the renovation of apartment buildings is a really problematic issue for us because we focus on solar energy, we focus on wind, offshore wind, but at the same time we have buildings that are extremely inefficient, so the situation needs to be improved. Maybe, Darius, you could add something in terms of offshore wind. I don't know anything about the postponement of project that has been mentioned, and there is nothing to comment. I think that the projects are being, and the processes are being implemented as fast as possible. As the Vice Minister mentioned, now the developer is taking over, and we want to ensure that this is done as soon as possible and very effectively. Of course, there will be more acceleration. Now, in terms of wind, offshore energy, there is a high potential there, and we can expect a long-term breakthrough in offshore wind. We don't have fossil fuels, as mentioned, but we have the oil of 21st century, that is offshore wind, and the potential for offshore wind farms. So the potential is huge. I can also provide you a direction which was provided on Slido. So why offshore wind power plants are built on the sea?
Well, there are a few mistakes in the question. First of all, the offshore projects are not more expensive. After a few years of development, offshore wind and onshore wind have the same development costs. And why offshore wind parks are important? Well, the main issue is that you always have a constant wind in the sea. Onshore wind parks mean that we have a very big differences in the sense that sometimes energy is produced and sometimes not, while the offshore parks are much more inert and can provide, well, if not a fully baseload generation, but at least in combination with storage and hydrogen production, it allows to have a generation source that's almost as constant as nuclear energy. The main important element for the system is that for stable generation is other sources also that can adapt, such sources as onshore wind and solar. I would like to add that wind offshore produces twice as much as wind onshore. Now, developing offshore is expensive, but it's not as expensive as in Nordic countries or southern countries where they have very difficult seabed. Now, in our case, it's cheaper. And as Darius mentioned, the generation of wind compared to onshore wind power is twice as high. So there's a bigger return on investment. And there's also no, that doesn't mean that everything should be done offshore. It's also very important to have generation close to the consumer. If we have that, we don't need to invest too much in infrastructure. So even small producers and big producers and solar and wind producers, they all have a place, and we have to produce everywhere in the country. Because if that allows you to use the energy locally or to charge vehicles or storage fridges locally, that is the best way to go. We need all the components for the healthy ecosystem. Now, are there any questions from the audience? To have a lively discussion. Are there any questions? Any questions from the audience? Or is everyone using Slido? Okay, well, of course, you can write your questions in Slido. Can I suggest a question? Well, I also have a few suggestions, but we don't have enough time. Okay, go ahead. Well, the name of the discussion mentions fossil fuel, and we didn't talk much about fossil fuel. Now, what's the future for fossil fuel in Europe in the general terms? When will we move away from the gas? Because currently we're trying to escape Russian imported gas, but what's the future for doing away with fossil fuel? Right, so what are the solutions? Well, I would suggest to put sanctions on Gazprom Bank as a first step. Okay, well, that's a very wide discussion. Now, why is this important? That sends a signal. That sends a signal to European industry that we're not going to have cheap Russian gas in the future. So that's the main, that should be the main big goal. Europe should go away from the current system. We should have the carbon border adjustment tax. And we have to learn that Europe can live with very low fossil fuel consumption or even zero fossil fuel consumption. But, well, people are expecting that maybe Russian gas comes back because maybe Putin loses the war or maybe the government changes in Russia. Well, that leads to that these decisions will not be taken in Lithuania. Well, Lithuania was the first to stop importing Russian gas. So Lithuania could raise their voice and say, look what happened the last 9 months. Russia was reducing gas export, which really increased the costs in Europe, which led to billions, hundreds of billions of euros of trade surplus that came from increasing the prices. And all of that surplus is currently in the European banks because the payments were made in euros. So, if Nord Stream is off, maybe we should put sanctions on Gazprom Bank, and just as the national central bank reserve was frozen, we should maybe freeze all of this surplus, all of these overprofits that are in Gazprom Bank in Europe, and add that up to the reserves of the national bank and use all that money for rebuilding the Ukraine in the future. That's an important point that relates to war, but that also will send a very good signal for the industry on what to expect in the future. They have to understand that they will not have gas prices of 20 or 30 euros per megawatt hour, and will probably still have 100 or over that through public procurement in Europe. And that will encourage everyone to move away from gas. So that would be a one simple step that would kill two birds with one stone. So do we need a new package of the sanctions? But I think there are no discussions regarding new sanctions. Well, maybe the representatives from the Commission could answer, Maybe we should just ask this question. I would like to add something. Well, we could do without gas from the perspective of technology. Now, all kinds of production that relates to high temperatures for fertilizers, whatever, can be used, can be done through hydrogen instead of gas. But the only problem is that currently the green hydrogen is very expensive. And despite that fossil fuel is expensive, the green hydrogen is still twice as expensive. But if we have better capacity, then we can have cheaper green hydrogen. Well, that means that we should put sanctions on Gazprom Bank so that German industrialists can't expect that maybe they will have blue hydrogen that's produced from Russian gas. I think it would be very good to have this one quick political solution that would have the life-changing changes for the century. Now, see, the minister is smiling. Maybe the minister has something to add. Well, we also have the issue of oil. Part of Europe imports oil $30 cheaper than world prices. But Lithuania uses Saudi Arabian oil, and that is a very big challenge in terms of competition. Now, we believe that everyone's competing on the same level in European market, but that means that we should put at least $30 per barrel on Russian oil that's still used in Europe. Now, if we have a bit more time, I would like to mention another important topic, is to not exchange one dependency for another dependency. We see this trend in renewables. Now, if everything is more or less okay in the wind power production, and European industry is a leader here. Now, in solar plants, we are completely dependent on China. And the situation is very similar to what Lithuania said about 10 years ago. We should not stop anti-dumping taxes, and we should not destroy solar industry in Europe. Now, developers said that we prefer cheaper solar modules, and we can buy them, so we don't need to produce them in Europe. Now, well, we see a wake-up call, and we need to relocate the production of solar plants, solar panels in Europe, because otherwise we'll see the same problems in the future. We were dependent on Russia, and we are now dependent on supplies from China. So we have to work together in Green Deal to relocate this industry to Lithuania, to Europe. Right, but talking about Green Deal, there's the battery issue and the end of life for batteries. Well, I can add something in this area. I would like to thank Mr. Albinas for raising this question. They actually had a case against dumping together with Germany and Belgium. Well, we lost the case. And during the Lithuanian presidency, the anti-dumping taxes were introduced. But then later, the European Commission, certain commissioners decided to remove the anti-dumping rules, and that led to the 6 biggest producers of silicon panel producers that moved to China. BASF and others moved to China for just chasing short-term goals. Europe has to learn that we can't depend on one source. Now, 90% of silicon produces in China. Even our friend Taiwan is buying silicon as a resource from China. And even Taiwan is producing in China. So we need to relocate industry to have better integration with European industry. We have enough of sand for silicon production. All we need is cheap energy. So there were mistakes made, and we need to have industry locally. That's very important, and green transformation allows to do that. that allows to do transformations in heating, in industry, etc. We, as the European Union, have technology advances, and we have to implement our own technologies in our countries. What we see is that taxpayers are funding lots of programs. We are world leaders with the Americans. We're spending 116 billion euros through the Horizon Europe program. But we don't implement these technologies, we just gift them to third countries, and they can make money on this. So as a representative of industrialists and as a representative of Business Europe, I want to say that we have to create sustainable industry here and not allow others to use our taxpayer monies to implement their own technologies in their countries. Well, we'll discuss the skills of the future later today, and we'll touch upon the problems you mentioned, but we don't have any more time for the current discussion. I'll just ask one last question for the Minister. There were lots of reactions to one question on Slido that I asked the question to the Vice Minister, but maybe we should go back to the question. It's on breakthrough and renewables. So public buildings renovation, that's very important, and that's the black hole that doesn't get enough attention. We have in New Generation Lithuania plan point regarding modular construction possibilities in Lithuania and to renovate over 1 million square meters of public buildings in Lithuania. How are you going to achieve this in Lithuania? And what are the steps forward?
I believe that these processes are extremely expensive, so we need to ensure we use structural funds as well at the moment and for the future to ensure the renovation. So we need to ensure we attract private investment, and part of the investment from New Generation Lithuania need to be directed to the implementation of this program. We also need to allocate national budget resources because partial subsidy is given from the national budget to the people. Then certain interests are also compensated partially from national budget. This is these are expensive projects. So as a result, we combine a number of financing resources. The ambition has been placed in the program for the renovations, and the number of apartment buildings to be renovated has been foreseen as well. From my side, in this plan, what's new, certain typical projects are drafted for typical apartment buildings, typical public buildings. So this typical project then in the future can be used and accelerate the further renovation projects and preparation of these projects for next buildings. So certain modular constructions can be used and then transferred to public buildings. As a result, the projects would be cheaper and easier to implement. Of course, this is not an easy process. In any case, it's an extremely expensive investment. What about the carrot and stick principle? Compensations are paid. At the moment, we're paying compensations to people for the heating, but their houses, apartment buildings are basically uninsulated. And this is a very complex process to reach an agreement with the people. So maybe certain mechanisms could also be offered and created here as well. Yes, certain decisions have already been made that people will not get compensation, a right to compensation in case they refuse to participate in a renovation project. If a person receives social support, then these people don't need to pay at all for the renovation project. In terms of the applications for renovation which we received, we see that the public is willing to participate in the renovation project. What we need to do is we need to ensure that the relevant financing is allocated, and also we need to ensure that we encourage the ones who have not submitted their applications yet, because the prices are really a thing that motivates people to renovate their buildings. I would like to react to what you've said about the immigration policy, the Lithuania's migration policy and the EU migration policy in terms of people who are escaping the regime. I think that this is an important topic. We don't have enough construction workers. In many cases, in the construction areas, foreigners work there because 5.2% is the current employment percentage, so we don't have enough human resources. So we need to ensure that we get those human resources and they will participate in the implementation of projects. And the prices are getting higher, so we need to ensure that, of course, the birth rates are also low, so there is no other ways to address this but to change the immigration policy. Probably this will be a future discussion that will be held. That will be almost all. Just the last question from Slido. What obligations from New Generation Lithuania will be most useful to achieve a breakthrough in the area of energy? So please vote for this question. Yes, so we have results already incoming. We will be able to review the results later. I would like to thank the panelists. And I would like to now invite you to have 15-20 minutes break, coffee break.
Kągi, tęsime konferenciją.
Right, let's get back to our conference. We're discussing green and digital transitions in the current geopolitical environment, and we're discussing the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Europe and the implementation of the plan in Lithuania and the homework that Lithuania has to do, as well as the opportunities that we have. Now we're moving on to the second discussion, digital transition, next generation public services. First, a short introduction video.
Taigi,
all right.
kokia yra situacija su skaitmeninėmis
What's the situation with digital public services? Well, the situation isn't too bad in Lithuania. If we compare the indicators to other EU countries, we see that indicators are quite good. And that's, first of all, involves the public services for companies. Lithuania is way above the EU average in this area. Now, for the public services for the general public, we see that we're just above the European average, but then we have the issues of security, cyber threats, and these topics are very important in the current environment, in the current background, and in the place we live. So in this area, we have to do a lot, and that will be one of the main topics we will discuss now. We'll also discuss other digital services that are important for society, and we'll also discuss digital literacy of the society and what's the current situation in Lithuania. Do we see, for example, regions where literacy is different? Let's introduce the panelists. We have remotely the member of the European Parliament, Jan Olbricht, and live here on the panel we have the Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation, Eglė Markevičiūtė. Then we have the Director of European Commission Recover Task Force, Maria Teresa Fabregas Fernandes. Then we have a President of Startups Association, Unicorns Lithuania, Inga Langaitė. We have also President of GovTech Lab Lithuania, Arūnė Matalytė, and then the President of Digitech Sector Association, Mindaugas Ubartas. Now, for the start of the discussion, we have a question on slide. Is Lithuania capable of defending itself in digital wars? Yes, no, I don't know. These are three options for your answers. Let's answer them honestly. What is the current situation and not what we would like the situation to be? I'd like to remind you that during the discussion you can ask the questions on slido.com platform, and you can rate the questions there. Then I'll know what you care about, what's more important for you, and that will make life easier for everyone. Right, so let's discuss the levels of ambition that Lithuania has for the future and for digital services in the future. And I'll address the Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation. Is it realistic? Well, that's my first question in every discussion. Is it realistic to achieve the goals in the plans that we have? And can we actually implement the plan and use the opportunities from the recovery plan for the EU? So, are the plans realistic and can they be implemented? Yes, thank you for the question. Hello to everyone. Are the goals realistic? Well, it might be a cliché to say that a plan without actual steps is a dream and not a plan. Now, if we look at digitalization of public services or modernization of other public services, I'd like to say that we have over 115 million euros in the context of RRF to use for public services. We're aiming to have 16 new public services and to essentially update older public services that would be useful for natural persons and legal persons in Lithuania. There are many challenges in implementation. First of all, we have a process to select the services. Just this week, we made a presentation for the institutions on what criteria we'll have for selecting the projects, and we're discussing with the municipalities on how they can prepare their projects and update the projects. Then there will be a politically sensitive decision to pick the projects, and then there will be then we'll go to implementation phase, and we'll have to evaluate if the market is ready and can implement the projects, because the public sector alone can't do everything, and we'll need providers from the private market. So there are many challenges. It will be difficult to achieve the goals, but it's an opportunity. But then, as you mentioned, Lithuania in the European context is not doing very badly. We can be an example in certain areas. there are over 600 services provided, but then sometimes the services have to be updated, and then sometimes the databases are not interoperable. The goal is to make sure that when a person addresses an institution on a certain issue, he wouldn't have to go to other institutions. The databases would be interoperable and would communicate. And the digital literacy is also an important topic here. Now, before moving on, we see a very interesting result of both on the Slido. We have equal results. As many people think that we can defend in a digital war, and as many people say no. We'll discuss that. Now, let's get back to the evaluation of the situation. What is the view from the private sector? How does the private sector see the situation? And what, in your opinion, Lithuania could do with European help better to invest? And what can the private sector do? Right, I would like to agree with the Vice Minister that our starting point is quite good. We are currently in 8th position, which is good. And, well, good luck if you try to remotely communicate in Spain with your tax advisor. But in Lithuania, you can do that. On the other hand, there is still room for improvement, and we can do better. It was well pointed out that data has to be interoperable, so that a person doesn't have to take a paper document from one institution to another, or maybe to resubmit the data that the institutions already have in some other databases. So institutions should communicate among themselves and not waste the time of natural persons and legal persons. And the plan is ambitious, and we'll need support from Lithuanian business to make sure that the services are created. But then we shouldn't look at the issue very in a closed manner. Now, Lithuanian market is very high level, but then there are limits. And we do know that all around the world there's a lack of specialists and resources to provide these services. So we should launch international calls for application, not in Lithuanian language, so that the suppliers from other countries can also join in and submit their applications in providing these services. Now, the member of the parliament, Jan Oblicht, can't spend a long time with us here, so I'll address Mr. Member of the Parliament, and as we discuss the digitalization of public services, what do you think in this area? Can you share the best practices from other countries? Now we're discussing modernization of public services. And for some reason, everyone only talks about the capitals and the public service in the capitals, but maybe we have to also include regions better. So how can we distribute the focus better to also include the regions?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much. But I'm really sorry, but in politics, you can never know what can happen, and I have the very urgent political meeting. I have to leave. But in the Parliament, I'm working mainly on the regional funds, but also on the budget, because I'm the rapporteur for the multi-annual financial framework. But at the same time, I'm the member of the special monitoring group for the RRF. And I think for us, the member of the Parliament, what is important with RRF is how it's planned to be spent by different member states. When we look at the information coming from different member states, I mean, first element is the ambitions. As you started the debate, according to our information, is that the ambition of the Lithuania concerning the digital is one of the highest in terms of RRF, except of Germany and Austria. The ambitions of Lithuania is probably the third in terms of the percent of money which should be spent for digital. So I think this is really very important because it shows what is the significance in your country. Second element is, I think that for all of us, we shouldn't forget, and you have also the distinguished speakers among the panelists today, knowing this subject very well, that the digital problems is not only in the RRF, and the complementarity is important between the cohesion funds, but also the Horizon, but also Connecting Europe facility. Why I'm saying it, but because when you speak about the public services, the question is it complementary or not, especially when we know that there are different methods. I mean, in the cohesion policy, when it's concentrated also on public services, it's a question of shared management. In the RRF, it's different. It's direct management. So it's really the responsibility of the European Commission, but also the responsibility of these people who propose the plan. When you look at the proposals coming from different member states, I think that we can see certain tendencies. Of course, first tendency which we can see for all the member states is the question of skills. I mean, because what can we do if public services digital, if the people, citizens, but also people working in the offices, I mean, the specialists, professionals, if they don't have enough skills. So the first approach in all the RRF is the importance of skills. This, of course, including the whole system of the education of primary schools, secondary schools, including also the equipment of schools, but also giving in some member states even the computers to the pupils. So the skills is the most important. The second element is the question of the public sphere in general. I mean, the public administration, but of course, public services. Among the public services, when we look at the content, what is really important first is, of course, transport. Transport, this is we can see the very member states, how to digitalize the public transport. The second is health, especially after COVID. This is extremely important, the question of health. And the third, which is quite surprising for me, is justice, the system of justice. I mean, the public service in this sphere. So especially today, I mean, the importance of public services is extremely important, but first, skills. But of course, in some of the member states is lacking the infrastructure, and of course the broadband, etc. But I think this is, when we look at the whole picture of RRF, this is mainly about public services. Let's not forget that when, for example, in Lithuania or in my country, in Poland, when we have so many refugees coming from Ukraine, when we want to take care about these people, we need really investments in public services. This is really, really important, but public services in general and digitalization. But when we speak about the regions, of course, up to now, everything like smart cities was concentrated on big cities. But today, when you look at the RRFs, in certain countries, it's also the question of the link between rural and urban. This is much more about the metropolitan areas because reducing disparities. So I think that when we discuss about public services, is the question first, skills, infrastructure, equipment, but also the possibility to broaden it to big part of the country. What is interesting for me, of course, as member of this monitoring group, is also the very specific approach in Lithuania, which is much broader sense, is the question of language. Of technological Lithuanian resource language. So I think this is very important. So I just wanted to underline it, that when we look at the different RRFs, the public services is becoming very important. Next week, it's business, of course, and the other elements. But today, public services is becoming a leader, if we can say this, and Lithuania is among the most ambitious actors in the RRF. But do not forget that RRF is not the only one. And the RRF is urgent and very limited in time and should be absolutely complementary to another European programs. Thank you.
Dėkojame Janui Albrechtui.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jan Albrecht. We won't interrupt you if you're very busy and have a meeting. What was said is very important. We do see a higher ambition level, and that leads to better opportunities, also the opportunities provided by the European level. So what can we do even better, and how can we use the opportunities better? Let's take the private sector perspective. Do you think that what's being done in digitalization meet the requirements of the society and business? And what can you see as a possible improvement? What can be done better? Right. What I would like to say that there is no such a thing as public and private sector, because all of us are Europeans and all of us are the same citizens and people. So we shouldn't make a distinction and an opposition between public and private sector. We're all working together to create our countries, and we're all doing better together than separately. So in this context, private business and public sector, we're all together aiming at doing better. And we're aiming Lithuania to do better what's important for Lithuania. Now, what can we do here? We have to aim at becoming the most efficient country in the world. We could do that without digital sphere, but we just can't achieve it. Now, we have to use digital area because we don't have fossil fuels and other resources. We have to rely on digital resources. What's good about the plan? It lays out the foundation. What's bad about the plan is it doesn't give a direction. Why not? What's unclear? Well, it's not clear what we want to achieve. I mean, 15 or 16 services, that's not clear. We have to say that Lithuania will be the first country in the European Union that will have real-time information on economy. I'm sorry, will be the first economy that will value your time. You'll get everything immediately. You'll not wait for permits for days or weeks. We'll have a real-time functioning of the government. So you ask for a construction permit and you're not getting it in 3 years. You're getting it immediately if there's no problems. Now, digitalization allowed us to survive COVID, and the skills in public and private sector allowed us to work remotely. We were very quick in learning. Well, in some other areas we were slower in healthcare and education. For some teachers, it was just a catastrophe, basically, how to move to remote work, and we'll have to still teach them. But digitalization can achieve what other programs can't achieve. We had a program for regional development, which didn't work, but digital solutions worked. So to ensure that people in regions can work as if they lived in the capital. But, well, you're speaking about speed. Is speed the only breakthrough that's important? That's right, yes, speed is the most important thing. And the main problem with RRF is that RRF was announced years ago and it's implementing only now. So we're wasting time. We wasted time in making agreements. Well, we'll have a question for Madam Maria Teresa on the time frames here. Well, I believe that these are the last public European investment in digital area, because all upcoming investments in digital area we will do ourselves from the private sector, because we'll lay the foundation according to the plan, and then we will have data control systems, we'll have interoperable systems, and the service will be provided real time. That should be the goal, our guiding star for the society, for the country, hopefully for the whole Europe. I lived in Estonia, And we have certain complexes towards Estonia, but Lithuania is the best in the EU in this area. But then the problem is that European Union is a number 5 globally. Ukraine, for example, is doing better in digital area, in services for citizens. They don't use paper documents. They do everything in apps. So we should evaluate not only us and the European Union, we should also look at what's going on the global level. Now, our competitiveness will be based on speed, the speed and how quickly we learn, how we adapt, the speed in the taking decisions, in reacting, and for that we need digital solutions. Digital solutions are not needed for themselves. Well, thank God we are having good solutions on time, but we have to see further steps. So what are you saying? We don't need the recovery plan? We'll do everything ourselves? No, I'm saying that I'm welcoming the plan, but the plan won't do everything. So I welcome the plan. Well, Mindaugas, so what we saw, the situation, we had this heavy rainfall, and which damaged the databases on center of registries. It was also very fast. Well, you had a survey on screen, and that's an example of bad decisions. Madam Maria Teresa, I would like to address you now. So we just heard a very interesting information about us being maybe late, maybe too slow. The plan maybe is coming in too slow. The investment might be too slow and might not be needed even. What do you think about all this?
Well, thank you. Good morning to you all. The investments are absolutely needed, so no doubt about this, because at European level recently there is a target on the digital decade target for digital public services that has been set that by 2030 all key public services for business and citizens should be fully online in all EU member states. So we see that Lithuania is a front runner, but everybody from the public administration, the private administration, they say that more needs to be done. And why it is necessary to reach this target? It is necessary because it will benefit, on the one side, governments. They will become more efficient, there will be savings, but not only governments, also for citizens, for businesses, and there will be a more transparent and open government. So that's key. But for this to happen, it's important that all measures, all processes, this modernization, digitalization of the public administration is done in a user-friendly way, citizen-oriented, as has been highlighted, and interoperable, key message that you have passed. So for this, we need skills, as the member of the parliament was highlighting, and we need to make sure that no one is left behind, so that there is no digital gap in the population, but also no digital gap between regions, highlighted by you all. So what is the plan doing? There is a time frame. All the measures in the plan have to be implemented by 2026. This is a given for all member states, and then each member state has developed its own timeline, as Lithuania has done in the plan. And what is important is to know that, as highlighted by the member of the parliament, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, this funding is just one part of the possible funding. There are other EU funds that can be used, structural funds, but also the connectivity funds, for instance, for the development of 5G. It's a key element on infrastructure. So, issue of why these funds are needed. So these funds are needed in order precisely to create all these infrastructures. But what these funds, in particular the Recovery and Resilience Facility, should not do is to crowd out private investment. Therefore, I'm happy to listen to the private sector saying that, yes, it's a good foundation, but actually we will invest more ourselves, because precisely this is one of the objectives of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, to crowd in private investment. So a lot needs to be done to achieve this 2030 target to have all key public services for business and citizens ready. But Lithuania is on the right track, and as the Vice Minister said, the projects are already starting being implemented with some challenges, but we hope that with the coordination and involvement of stakeholders, authorities, private sector, this can be achieved.
In terms of the right path and meeting expectations, as you haven't mentioned your position yet, I would like to give the floor to you. What was mentioned was the speed, so we don't need to do everything as quickly as possible. There is a discrepancy between the statistics and the expectations of people. Because, of course, we do need digital services, but the citizens expect that they won't need to think about the use of services. They're not expecting to do the same. They expect not to need to fill in certain forms as in the past. We need to address these quality matters, and statistics doesn't show the element of quality. So we need to systematically modernize all the key services, and we need to search for ways to use even more innovative means, because we don't know. We are not now aiming for real-time services. We need to ensure that the services are effective and that the decisions do not take 3 years. So we need to ensure that we meet expectations, but they change every day as well. We can maybe talk about specific cases. For example, digital literacy, which I've mentioned at the beginning. We have a question. From 32% of the financing allocated to the digitalization, what is the share that is allocated to literacy? Several comments were made that Lithuania is third in the EU in terms of investment in this area, but we need to understand that this budget is allocated between different ministries, and those ministries are implemented ambitious projects. This is the Ministry of Transport that is implementing the 5G development plan. Then there is also another project in terms of accessibility of digital services and digital literacy, accessibility of certain services in regions. This is the reform that is currently being implemented. 20 million is the answer. There is also, of course, the Ministry of Culture, which will also get part of this financing, and they will also take on certain reforms. The Ministry of Education, 5G project, other major investments will also take place, and I hope they will be successful. Modern services need high-skilled employees. Of course, so currently the public sector is not lacking those high-skilled workers, but maybe there is still a gap of skills in the public sector. And public procurement often looks for the cheapest price, not for the best skills. Certain agencies under the Ministry of Finance state that we need structural changes to ensure that management sector certain changes need to take place to ensure that necessary skills are hired and that they also are reimbursed properly. So Romalda Stragienė and others often come to the public sector, but then they get tired and they and some of the business leaders also participate in the ministry. The private sector management often comes to the public institutions, but we need to ensure that these opportunities are there to attract private sector's employees. But public procurement is a process that is in place, and why not use it? In terms of public procurement, we could hire external consultants within an agency or institution. First of all, we need people with experience to work in those institutions and agencies. And I hope that the reforms in the Ministry of Interior will have an impact and will lead to changes. But of course, public procurement question is often raised, and another, and the public service is also, and public service reform needs to take place as well. So relevant changes need to be done in legislation to make sure that we're able to attract people from private sector. In Innovations Agency, one of our employees writes a PhD thesis on digital economy of Estonia and its success. Of course, throughout 30 years of independence, Estonians were really successful in this area. In Estonia, there are no strict requirements or regulations for people who leave public service and who want to work in the private sector, and then if in case they want to return to public service, there are no strict requirements preventing that. For us, there is this cool-off period after public service, but Estonia has a different approach, and they want to attract talents, and they want to allow talents to move freely between public and private sectors. So this is also maybe an example for us in the future. Talent is important in business, but also it's important in the public service. What we see currently from business perspective, highly qualified people are lacking in the institutions, and we often complain that we are unable to perform the procurement processes well. It's because we are often lacking skills in the public institutions to do so. I would like to say that, of course, salary is not the only aspect that's important. We cannot expect people to come because of their patriotic feelings and to reduce their financial expectations. This won't happen. What we can do is to use a systematic approach towards talents in our institutions. So we need to increase salaries, but we also need to be able to attract people, motivate them, and motivate them to stay, to manage them in the same way as the business is currently doing. Because business understood a long time ago that talent is often lacking, and they're not expecting talent to find them. They are actively searching for talented employees, not only in Lithuania, but also abroad. So let's hope that our institutions would also be able to take over the good practices from private sector, because highly qualified people, those who are able to manage huge amounts of money and big projects, these people need to be in management positions. They need to be very strong and experienced. Right,
so the issues of qualifications and reskilling will be touched upon in the following discussion. But an important issue for our current discussion is security. We have a situation like we have now. Cybersecurity, especially in terms of digital services, public services, is very important. We should see that as one of the essential elements In our current investments, in our upcoming programs, we had a few examples. I mentioned one of the examples when we had heavy rainfall, which flooded databases, servers of Center of Registries, which knocked out the e-health system. And then we had certain hacking attacks against websites. So it's evident that in this area we're still not doing enough. Am I correct? Well, in this area we have a very simple problem. We believe that the IT security issue is the problem of IT security department. But I say that the IT security problem is the problem for the board of the company. And the member of the board should be responsible with all his personal property in case of a breach. Only when we have this kind of solution, then we'll solve IT problems. Every member of the board must be responsible for the security of the company. If that's not on the agenda, and if it's not solved in the company, well, that means that the board members are not doing their work. So IT security is not an issue only for the IT department. Do you see any ways to increase the IT security? Well, I have some ideas. I mentioned that to the Minister of Defense and others. Buy a service to be hacked. And once you're hacked, you'll know at least some of the holes you have in the system. So buy the service and we'll all be hacked. And the main problem is that there are only two kinds of systems, the ones that's been hacked already and the others that will be hacked in the future. And in the case of systems who have been hacked, we know what to solve. Now, we had some DDoS attacks recently that stopped services of Ministry of Interior, of the airports, etc. That didn't cause much damage, except damage to the reputation. So we have to accept that that hack can happen to our systems and websites every day, and we have to be prepared for that. We have to have medicines ready immediately and not go to the pharmacy once the hack is happening. Now, another issue is attracting young talent to the security sector, but then we also have to include people who make decisions. The person who's making the decision have to consider from the morning, am I safe? Now, I have a question for Maria Teresa. What do you think about this area, if we consider the preparation of Lithuania and the situation in the EU? What is done on the EU level to address this challenge, and what can be done through recovery plan?
Yes, indeed, this area is key, and the current geopolitical context shows it also. So the recovery and resilience plans are playing an important role in increasing cybersecurity. We see in the plan several reforms in terms of adapting the legislation and the strategies, and also investments, upgrading equipment, also supporting the businesses in order to be more ready and develop their cybersecurity capabilities. So in Lithuania, maybe the Vice Minister will be able to tell more about what is in the plan. But what I will highlight is what you asked about the European Union framework. And in this area, the European Union has developed in 2020 a EU cybersecurity strategy. There is a legal framework, a directive on the security of network and information systems, also a directive on measures for a high common level of cybersecurity across the Union. There is the EU Cybersecurity Act, and last week the European Commission proposed a proposal for the Cyber Resilient Act in terms of protecting consumers and businesses from products with inadequate security features. So at European level, we are trying to propose the right legislation, but it's clear that it's an area where the pace of development of what is happening is very fast. Therefore, there is a real need to be ready, and here the Lithuanian Recovery and Resilience Plan includes some key elements that can help Lithuania.
Right, so now it's my turn to comment. I would like to defend the colleagues from the Ministry of Defense. In Geneva, there's an international communication union, and they have their cybersecurity index. And in 2014, Lithuania was in the 47th spot. And in 2020, we're in the 6th place and the 3rd place in the EU. Well, that's an index they have, but that's an indication that shows an advancement. And the colleagues from the Defense Ministry are not bragging about this. And it's probably better not to brag about that because it's a sensitive issue. But we had sensitive incidents also in summer and in spring, and apparently the threats were bigger for us now than they were for our neighbors previously, but we managed to defend ourselves in the threats that were bigger. Now, as discussing cyber defense, one issue is the resilience of infrastructure, but another topic is resilience to disinformation, and the third point is skills, digital skills. We sometimes see the situation where people in public sector have very low skills, but that means that even the smartest strategy and best infrastructure will not protect those people in their work. Now, disinformation is a completely different topic. We have Stratcom, we have a strategy for communication, we have a resiliency plan in this area. Then we have resiliency measures in the government, how to increase the cyber defense. And here we have a 115 million euro in the basket for this, and the commission that will select the projects will evaluate what cybersecurity measures are being prepared in the projects and how will that increase cybersecurity. In Lithuania, Europe and world, we have a very topical discussion. Maybe every digital project should direct certain amount of funding for cybersecurity. It's important, of course, to use the money wisely, not to waste the money. But the idea sounds like a good idea. As Mr. Ubartas mentioned, we should encourage individual institutions and companies to take care of the security. Now, the director usually cares about physical security of the workplace. So, of course, the director should also care about the digital security. Now, that's not a question. Well, we see there is this opposition between public sector and private sector. You said that you shouldn't make this opposition, but there is a difference, and in private sector, no one is questioning digital security. And if there is a cyber attack against some private company, if there is a data breach, well, that immediately affects the reputation of the company, and that's a huge challenge. But then when something similar happens in the public sector, well, then the head of the IT department is responsible, becomes responsible, and that's that. So maybe in this area, the private sector would have suggestions for the public sector in the era of digitalization on ensuring better digital security standards. And I see a question on Slido. Is there a common strategy for IT development in Lithuania? Well, we have a strategy, but it's dead. So public sector says there is a strategy, but then the private sector says there's no strategy. Well, the guidelines exist. The guidelines exist. We have a program for encouraging digitalization, and we have all that on paper, but we have to accept that that's not really working very well. One of our ambitions in our ministry and our government is to discuss the issue with other ministries and to implement a model that some of our neighbors have, is to have a viable strategy for IT infrastructure. What we have in Lithuania is that each ministry, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Interior, and others that I might have forgotten, so each ministry has its own policy of digital sector, but then they have differing views on the whole picture, and in different political cycles, well, the vision changes as well. So we have the strategies that are different, but there's no cherry on top, right? Well, I agree that there are a lot of papers, and that's why I was shaking my head, because even if you write down things on paper, that doesn't mean that things are implemented. You can write whatever you want, but if you don't implement that, it doesn't exist. As you mentioned, the heavy rain, that was not a cyber security incident, it was an infrastructure security incident. And then the person responsible mentioned that we have a requirement to make sure that the system comes back online after 8 hours. But that didn't happen. The system was off for 56 hours, so it doesn't matter what's on the paper if it doesn't happen. We have, in our case, a vertical kind of financing, vertical funding. But data issues and digitalization is a very horizontal issue. And when we have 5 decision makers, then there are differences in consistency. There is one thing that the Minister of Interior does, but the Minister of Defense does something else, and then Transport Minister does something else. We should have a unified vision, and I believe that the vision should be to have a better quality of life for everyone and real-time economy in our case. Now, if we had a situation like in Ukraine, we would all go out together to defend the country physically. But then in a case of digital warfare, we should all go and fight the digital warfare. So we shouldn't make a distinction between private and public sector, because it's a common issue. We have to defend ourselves against attacks, against disinformation and other things. Would you like to add something? We haven't heard a lot from you today. And then we'll have another further question for the Vice Minister. Well, I would like to say that what we see in IT companies, that's one thing, but then we had another case and with Revolut Bank, and even their high-skilled workers were affected by phishing attacks. So even if high-tech companies like that can't defend themselves of these attacks, what can they expect from the public sector? Sometimes people are very frightened when we're discussing digital skills, but quite often the issue relates to just critical thinking. We have to allow people to make decisions and to develop the critical thinking, because otherwise they just follow instructions and don't think at all. So that's one common foundation to solve the problems that might not be related to the systems, but to avoid human error in the systems. Okay, so the last question from Slido platform with a long introduction to the question. There are opportunities given by the new Generation Lithuania plan, and there are opportunities provided by the European Commission for funding that we could use. But here's the issue. There will be several different ministries responsible for digitalization. We touched upon this already. So is there a mechanism to ensure coordination? Because that's the weak point very often. Well, there are many mechanisms and there are many backstops to ensure coordination. So first thing is political responsibility and political reputation, because there's one ministry that's responsible for this. Now, another thing is that we have an obligation towards the Commission. We won't get additional funding if we don't reach current indicators, and that's a very clear incentive. That's an incentive for the ministries and for the agencies to reach the indicatives. We have in RRF the carrot and stick principle very clearly, and that will be an incentive. But we will have challenges for other contractors, and there are risks related to this. Inga mentioned that we'll have to find solutions together with the market, and we have to be very original in our decision-making.
Thank you. We've run out of time for this discussion, so thank you for participating in it. Please thank our panelists. And briefly, now we need a few minutes to change because another discussion follows right away. So whilst we wait for everyone to take their seats, there's an additional question on Slido in terms of digital transition. Which obligations under this program will make the biggest change in Lithuania in the area of digitalization? So what, in your opinion, would be the most effective obligations? The third discussion. This would be a kind of a wrap-up of the previous discussions. We were discussing certain problems related to implementers of reforms and the soft power in this area. So the education, future skills, which are extremely important. So educated society which is ready for reforms. This is extremely important in the current context. And this is where the majority of problems lie. If you're ready, I would like now to be inviting. So whilst we're waiting, I see that in terms of digital transition, the majority thought that centralized cloud service should be used for all the state's ICT infrastructure. And another question, it's an open one, so please share your insights in terms of future skills, and education of those skills. The question is as follows: what skills will be needed for green and digital society, in your opinion? Please, so the suggestions, patience, creativity, critical thinking, self-control, responsibility, English language, basic digital. We'll see what's the most original response here. Cognitive flexibility, computers and internet, interdisciplinary approach. So now, first of all, the presentation of the discussion. So, equipping citizens with future skills for twin transitions. This is the topic. Now I invite our panelists, Vice Minister of Education, Science and Sports, Gintautas Jakštas, also European Commission's DG Economic and Financial Affairs Director, Massimo Suardi, President of School Heads Association, Dainius Žvirdauskas, Mantas Katinas, General Manager of Wargaming Vilnius. There is no gender equality, as you can see. I hope that we will not be blamed for that. Of course, it's a joke. So what are the other answers on Slido? I've mentioned a few of them already. We need sun and wind for green and digital society. Critical thinking, flexibility, less red tape, math, patience, creation of games. I would say political competencies, because currently we're living under political cycles and everything depends on the political party in government. So what's the situation in terms of the topic we're discussing? For the previous panelists, maybe in energy sector there were more problems related to skills, but now if we're discussing education and the situation of education, I think that we're still lagging behind. The situation is dire. There is a difference between schools with high achievements and low achievements. So in math, in reading skills and so on. So Lithuanian school children often are behind the EU average. And this year's math exam results also are really bad, which show that many children graduate schools without even the basic skills. This is due to underfinancing, lack of popularity for teachers' profession. So now higher education institutions, even though there is 50% less students, the amount of them, it's still of institutions is still the same. And reskilling, upskilling systems are not sufficiently effective. And many companies say that they cannot develop their business due to lack of skilled workers. So I can go on and on. As you see, the situation is not so good, but at the moment we're discussing these major reforms, and we're discussing the financing that comes from the EU. The need for highly qualified experts is really big, and maybe, first of all, I would like to give the floor to Vice Minister of Education, Science and Sports. So we start often from the government representatives. Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel in this area? Because the situation is really dire. So what can be done? First of all, good afternoon. The situation is, I don't think, that bad as you said. We do not, when we compare ourselves to other countries, from the PISA test, which is done by the 15-year-olds, so our country is one of the most, if you compare ourselves to the US, which is one of the most innovative countries, Lithuania is quite, the results of Lithuania are quite average. And the results depend on tasks. In US, 15-year-olds, often children don't understand, for example, what is the probability of rain. Only half of children understand the meaning. And so this is a global problem. This is not only a problem of Lithuania. What's changing, and do we see the light at the end of the tunnel? In Lithuania, we really are exceptional because there are many school children who choose higher education. So it's a good thing that young people want to continue studying. But of course, often the path ends there. After they graduate from higher education, that's it. But we need to ensure that the skills are relevant to the situation, because the needs may change in 20, 30 years. And the changes happen really quickly. What are we doing at the moment? The focus of reform is not only the content of studies, but we also take other approaches, the ways of learning. So one of the reforms, which under New Generation Lithuania, is single one-stop shop education principle. And this system is quite simple. It's the same as is done in France. So a person can connect to the system, and any service provider, education provider, can connect as well to the system. And as a result, for example, in the past, the employment office was only looking after the unemployed people, and the Ministry of Economy was only responsible for upskilling, reskilling. Now we're using this one single mechanism to access all those people, employed, unemployed, as in the past it was diversified. And this can help ensure the quality, to ensure that all the participants receive quality education, and we also can ensure in that way that financing is allocated, and also that as a result formal education, formal competences are given to those people. So often people think that learning stops at 25, but of course this is not the case. We, of course, don't have the resources from the government's perspective to say what competences will be needed what year, but we should give access to various courses and so on, and we also need to ensure quality. Because it's not important only to allocate financing to the higher education institutions, because many students won't find jobs in the area they study. So already we've changed the laws to ensure that financing depends on quality and results. we need to ensure we are able to attract students, because in the past, in education, we paid for quantity, not quality. Now we need to promote quality and also to change the system. So if we are talking about quality, first of all, we need to talk about the profession of teachers. We need to change the image of teachers and to make sure that this profession is more attractive. To put it simply, for example, if children choose higher education studies, they choose pedagogical studies at the very end of the list because they don't want to be teachers. So the profession of teachers and the attractiveness of this profession is a problem because the situation in general is complicated, because the teachers are getting older and there is no one to replace them. Will we have people to replace our current teachers? Because if nobody wants to be a teacher, what will happen? I am really interested in matters of education. Over 10 years I've been interested, and so the complexity of education sector is high. So there's often 100 different problems that need to be addressed. If we start discussing from the topic of upskilling, which is the system dedicated to adults, the French are using this single stop system. We need to, if of course we are discussing about teachers, then we need to discuss the content of studies. If we're talking about directors, and there is other problems that need to be addressed. Lifelong learning is a separate topic, so yes, these are all different topics that need to be addressed. There are problems in all those areas, but we cannot address all of them at the same time. That is why I'm saying that the main key matters that need to be addressed is addressing teachers' shortage and also making sure the teachers' profession is more attractive. Maybe the School Heads Association's representative can say something. If you were to say this phrase 10 years ago and then 10 years later, in terms of what problems we have, the situation changes. So each family who has children, they want to make sure that the situation gets better for their children. People who talk about education or who participate in education, they need to send an optimistic message. Of course, there is some areas where we fail or we're not that good at, but there are some areas where we do well. We need to ensure that schools get digitalized. We need to ensure remote learning opportunities. Experts from abroad were surprised by the fact that we managed to organize remote learning successfully. And teachers' work, all of a sudden, without any notification, became public. So everybody now was able to criticize teachers' profession, grandparents, parents, and so on. Every one of you, remember yourselves what you were doing during the pandemics. For you, certain strategic companies had to work, for example, also cash assistants and so on, and teachers had to work. And there was not enough protection for them, for teachers, because during the pandemic we saw what was the actual role of the teacher. In universities, lecturers, because universities are autonomous, lecturers were happy to be able to work remotely. So we need to take this into account. We need to address certain tasks. I talk a lot with experts from the UN, Professor Ruškus. When he was looking at reports, he saw that countries may show their situation in a different way, for example, in terms of disabled people. Another important topic that became relevant during the pandemic and with the math exam results. Actions are being done by the ministry, by the public institutions, but actions need to take place quicker. We need to ensure that the profession of teacher becomes prestigious, but this entails ensuring that teachers feel safe, that they receive the support they need. Teachers and schools cannot be blamed for everything wrong, and they need to have tools to be able to protect themselves. So, of course, we are able to fix the situation quicker in big cities, but there is a completely different situation in regions. Often, regional schools are looking for teachers and they offer the highest salary possible, but still no one wants to teach in regional schools, or they don't have enough skills. Businesses also have problems with employee shortage, so they've dealt with them in some manner. Maybe we can follow their example. We need to do what's necessary and to solve each problem one by one, not everything in general, but each problem separately. And we're looking forward to inclusion of education experts, academia. This has already happened, but we could do more.
So you mentioned the problems. One of the problems is that there are issues with the profession of teachers. There's a huge lack of teachers, there's a bad image, and we have a question on Slido. When will the teachers have more rights? Because now they have to just accept any criticism from the parents, school children, and the heads of the school and the ministry. Then they have no rights against all this. We have to keep in mind that in terms of democracy and discourse, we have the best of times now. Everyone can express their opinion freely, we have freedom of speech, and that means that dialogue takes longer, even if you come up with an optimal solution. This event and other events by the ministry are held, and in ministry, when any decision is made, it's made through a dialogue. But what decision can we reach this way? That's a different matter. Yes, so there's a problem here, but if the problem is not addressed, we won't be able to address the issue of skills in the future, because the teacher is the main element that provides the skills for the future. So what do we have in the Next Generation Lithuania plan? And what are we going to do how are we going to use the European funds? We'll upskill 10,000 teachers, and we'll ensure that 1,000 teachers will have master's degree. Well, that's a huge ambition, but do we have enough teachers to have better qualifications? Now I'd like to talk about the image of teachers. My father is a teacher, and we had this event in Lithuania where we opted that teachers would become a prestigious profession in 30 years. And my father said, well, if we have to make teachers prestigious profession, that means that I'm actually now in a non-prestigious profession. Why teachers are seen as a non-prestigious profession? For example, let's look at vocational training. People who are in vocational training believe that training there is good, but people outside vocational training still believe that the situation is very bad in vocational training. So as I speak with the teachers themselves, they think that the image is good and it's a respectable profession, but then people outside the profession don't respect them. Now, if we look at the students who chose teaching professions, they had the same scores as people in IT, so higher scores than in finance, economy, and other areas. And there were a lot of people who chose teaching studies as first choice. And we had more people coming in, 400 people who came in to become teachers after finishing undergrad studies in some specific subject area. Now let's look at OECD data on the difference between average teacher wage compared to average wage in the country with higher education. So we are in the 4th place in OECD according to this data. So it's not the wage is not too bad. And we're going to increase the wage in the future. We had an increase this year, and we're going to increase the wage by 12.5%. So we're going to be first in the ratio of teachers' wages to the average wages. So that's no longer a problem. Now let's touch the upskilling and master's degree for teachers. For masters in IT, there's a huge competition, so possibly won't be able to have enough teachers studying for the masters in the IT area. But then there's a huge demand for that, and teachers want to study, so, well, I think the problem is not that big. Well, okay, thank you. Dear Massimo, I'd like to ask a question for you. What does Commission think about the problem with teachers and upskilling? What do you think? What are the opportunities for teachers and upskilling and for Next Generation EU plan? What can the countries do? Should they adapt their decisions to the specificities of the country?
Yeah, thank you. No, well, I was listening with a lot of interest, and I'm not myself an education expert, but let's say working now for many years on economic surveillance, on the European semester, now on the plans. I can say that questions related to education have been very prominent always, and questions relating to teachers have over time become more and more prominent in the discussion that we had both within the Commission but also with the Member States. There is a challenge that is emerging in many Member States, and it is also reflected in the recommendations that are proposed by the Commission and adopted by the Council in the context of the European semester. I think if one goes and look at them, you will see that for a number of countries, this problem is actually highlighted. Said that, I mean, while there are so I'll say the Lithuanian case is not a unique one. It is also true that the solution to that need to be country-specific. First of all, because the reasons might be different from country to countries, but also the appropriate solutions might also need to be tailored to the specificity of the countries. In this respect, making a link to the RRF and also to the RRP of Lithuania, education and training is an area that is very prominent. I think overall, looking across the different plans, about 13% of the total, let's say, cost of the plan is dedicated to education and training measures. That altogether accounts for some 60 billion euros. It is the case also for Lithuania. I think it was stressed already this morning by the Minister of Finance in the presentation. Also education and training were very much one of the highest priorities in the definition of the plan. One value added in addition to the funds that come with the RRP, and that are also actually, there are even bigger amounts coming via the European Social Fund Plus and other EU funds. So I think for Lithuania, altogether is about 1 billion euro for the next years. But I think a value added of the RRP is also to combine the funds with the reforms, as it has been stressed already several times today. And well, I'm sure it's not the only solution to the problem of the teacher, but certainly one key element in the plan is also the reform of the educational system at different, practically at all levels of the educational system, which we also understand that is needed to have more efficiency in designing and operating the network of educational institutions as a precondition to improve the quality of education that is available to Lithuanians. So in that respect, I think the two aspects go very, very well together, and we hope that the RRP indeed, and we expect that the RRP will contribute towards an improvement of the situation in this respect. The upskilling and vocational training is certainly something also very important, as well as the long life learning, as it was already said. I mean, these are all key axes of the European skill agenda that was presented already in 2020, which remains fully relevant also in view of developing the skills for the green and digital transition.
Gerbiamas Mantai, jūs kreipiuosi irgi dar papildyti tai, ką išgirdome.
Dear Mantas, would you like to add something to this? And by the way, there's a question on Slido. Do increasing wages for teachers also give better results for pupils? And another question is, what can be better to improve the role of the teachers in the future? Well, to have evidence, we should carry out a study to see if there's any correlation between the qualifications and the wages they get. But I believe that any investment in human capital will always pay out. Unless there's malinvestment, maybe teachers might learn the bad things and not increase their human capital that way. But I believe that teachers will want to increase their skills. Now, as for the possibility for the teachers to use their full potential at job, well, I must say that there are big problems at the very beginning. The system for preparing the teachers is still not reformed. We had two centers, one in Vilnius and in Kaunas, for preparing new teachers, and there haven't been breakthroughs here. I would like to go to the center and see that there's plenty of young people who want to go there and study there and become teachers. And that would give hope for the future, but I don't see that currently. So it seems that there is some stagnation in the centers. The Estonians also are doing fighting similar challenges. For example, we have the aging of the teaching staff, and the next decades will have a huge shortage of teachers because they will retire. We need a special program for adults to requalify and become teachers. Now, I know examples from business. For example, a high-level executive decided to become a math teacher. And that might seem crazy now, but we need thousands of people like that who would do this. We have to look for best practice in Europe. There are NGOs in Lithuania also that are trying to attract more adults already, not young students, but adults to reskill themselves and become new teachers. And another problem that relates to university, it relates to wages. Well, the Vice Minister mentioned averages. I must say that I really don't care about the averages in the teaching sector. Without 1,000 euros, you can't start working in a school. And I, as a citizen, want that taxes should be increased and teachers should get at least 2,000 euros. Otherwise, well, there are other problems with our also shadow economy. For example, there are people who have average wage in Vilnius, but they can afford to buy a new Porsche. So that shows that that pushes down the average wages in Lithuania, the shadow economy. And teachers' wage should be even higher. We see that cost of living is lower in region compared to Vilnius. In Vilnius, if you're earning 2,000 euros, that's difficult to live in Vilnius. But then in a region, you can do much better. Of course, if you decide to buy an apartment in Vilnius, you have to spend at least 1,000 euros for your mortgage. And the national policy doesn't see a difference between the capital and the regions. However, without living wages, we can't have teachers. Because, I mean, we can't keep ignoring the problem. We have to find ways to solve the problem. So maybe that's the issue with quality. Vice Minister, you mentioned that for quality, we need good wages for the staff.
Taip, bet tai turim suprasti irgi, kad pakėlė per vienus metus.
Right, but we have to take into account what we can do. We can't double the wages in a year, and that won't bring changes immediately. If you do a drastic change in the system, that doesn't change the system immediately, because the people will continue the same, doing the same things. I don't believe that anyone who works in the teaching sector only works at half efficiency because they don't earn enough. And if you double the wage, they will double their efficiency. That's not going to happen. Currently, the wage increases are sustainable, and we can continue that every year. But that also relates to public service in general. We have a few % increase every year. You mentioned thousands, but then only ministers earn that kind of wage. Even the other employees in the ministry don't get that kind of wage. In the plan for Next Generation Lithuania, we have clear criteria. Not only about wages, but we see investment somewhere. And the investment should reach the pupils, the teachers. So the investment should be transformed into future skills. And what's the strategy of doing this? We mentioned two big transitions that are coming forward. The green transition, the digital transition. Who will carry out, who will implement those transitions? Well, I don't know if we have time for that. As Mantas mentioned, we could have very big discussions on all these issues. We are planning reforms for higher education. Now, one thing is a network. We're going to have a network at the end of the year and updating the network, and we will concentrate more resources in lower level higher education institutions. We will also include more funding for research and development. And we'll have quality ratios for all the elements in higher education. So we will want to make sure that universities get funding not only based on the amount of students they have, but on the quality they provide. Well, yes, I understand that you can speak very widely about this, but does the government have a plan on what skills we will need in the future, because that would give a guidelines on what experts we will need. Well, yes, we have several key skills we see. One of the key skills, digital skills, that's a general skill. And of course, we understand that now we might need one kind of digital skills, and then in 10 years, different digital skills. Okay, so let's see the perspective until the year 2026. Do we have a strategy for digital skills? Does the government have a plan? We have all key competences, including digital skills. Dear Massimo?
Yes, no, I wanted to add a point here, because I think you are raising a very relevant question, that is the identification of the skills that are needed today, that will be needed in the future. I mean, we know already a lot. We know even today that 90% of jobs require a certain level of digital skills. We know about certain skills that will be required, and certain knowledges that will be required for the green transition. But it's still an area in which, let's say, systematic, I would say, scientific intelligence was not so easily available, and one of the key elements of the European skills agenda is actually to develop this type of intelligence about the skills that are needed today and the future via concrete tools to identify them. So I think recently what is called a taxonomy, which is not a nice word, let's say a catalog of green skills was produced in this context, for instance, and hopefully this type of information and associated to that data collected via both the private and public sector, say matching what is available to what is required, I think it might be a potentially a very important factor in directing education and training systems in the future. Because I mean the issue of mismatch is and the shortages of qualified workers, again, is very widespread in Europe. I mean, partly thanks to the good news that the labor markets have been doing very well in recent years. But at the moment we have an unemployment rate that is around 6%, but we also have a vacancy rate that is 2.3%, which in a way it means the unemployment rate could be still much lower if companies were able to find the right skill to match the vacancies they have and the needs they have.
Gerai, čia toks komentaras Slido yra, kad...
Slido comment. It seems that there is private schools, semi-financed, and these private schools attract teachers. As a result, public schools then lack teachers further. I recently participated in a TV discussion, and there were representatives from private and public schools. And at the end of the program, our private schools said that they have their own processes, but they saw this as a positive thing because they work as catalyzers for the system as a whole. But private schools in general have more freedom and less responsibility for the state. At the moment, as we don't have fossil fuels, our main resource is human resource. So we need to ensure that we have equal opportunities to attain education. So the prices currently are very high for private schools. Those schools cost thousands. So there is a big gap between private and public, but the gap is becoming smaller. But if we keep discussing, we could find ways how to give more freedom to public schools. This would be really useful. We could maybe accept people from private sector. They have the skills that are needed, but maybe we can train them to become teachers. This would help to address those shortages of teachers. For example, I have a teacher now. He used to work in the business sector for 10 years, so he has a broad perspective. So what did he do? What is missing, I mean? So the laws, legal basis is missing. For example, a private school can hire and pay such teacher. A private school can also hunt talents, such talented teachers. In the past, it often happened that talented teachers who were trained in the public sector and the state paid for that, and then those talented teachers were attracted and went to work in private sector. So we need to discuss about the ways how to make the public school system more flexible, more free. Maybe that would be the reform that is needed. Big reform. Maybe it wouldn't be easy to pass this reform, and the decisions that need to be taken are not popular. In general, these type of reforms and the political decisions are, as a rule, not very popular. I think 1 of 1,000. Yes, in general, when we discuss the strategies about what to do in terms of future skills. So this is just one element. We need to find ways how to hire a person to work as a teacher without any pedagogical education, and then maybe we could set a time frame within which that person needs to get certain training as a teacher. So maybe I don't have didactical skills, but maybe I'm good at math and I can teach math to children. Even those who are still studying, they can already become teachers and gain experience. 400 people chose teacher's profession this year. And depending on the program, 1 or 2 years it takes to become teachers, those people who already have an education. As we discuss future skills, we need to attract young people as well. This is very important. Maybe one of the measures would be attracting young people. As the Vice Minister has said, opinions differ. I support his position because there is different choices that a person makes. If you're 35 years old, you already receive a salary, you have a family, you have kids, maybe you don't want to study for 1 or 2 years. It's not good for your life, you don't have the time. Remote learning, which happens online on your own time, this could be an option. This is a much better option because maybe you have a job and a family, so you cannot go to day studies. Often people do not choose a teacher's profession because they just can't do it, cannot study. If I trust the head of the school, I know that he or she won't hire a person who lacks educational skills and similar skills, because the head of the school can talk to the person, interview the person, and then maybe send him or her to 2-3 month courses for specific skills. So we need to put trust into directors of schools. In Finland, there is pedagogical centers. Children want to become teachers, so their situation is completely different, and so we need to become like them, but in a very, very fast time frame. We will have to find teachers in an expedited way. I would look for teachers, for people who would like to teach, open-minded, passionate, and then I would be happy with taking the risks with those people teaching, and then when they start teaching, I think then they will get the necessary skills, educational skills, pedagogical skills. Currently, the model which you've described is already in place. I wanted to finish as well. I agree to what Vice Minister has said. We have a commitment. If you want to use public money, you need to have to hire a person who is not a teacher yet, so they just need to sign a commitment. These 2 years of studies are based. These studies are based on theory. I would do what the medical resident students do. 60% of the time should be used for practical skills. So those teachers, instead of theory, they should be working in schools as maybe teachers' assistants. I think that the things are changing slowly, but still private schools are ahead of us. Okay, I think this topic requires much broader discussion, and due to lack of time, so let's go back to the beginning where we all started. Our strategy as a country to use the opportunities of EU funds. Do you see that we have this strategy? Is it clear to you the goal we have as a country? We have certain goals to achieve by 2026 in the education area, preschool, higher education, and so on. So we have 2 major reforms. And do you see a public strategy? Is it clear to you? I think the strategy is fragmented. It has right ideas, but it's not finished. I think that Strata organizes, is drafting the skills strategy. And this strategy will have problem-solving, creativity, and other categories. And according to this strategy, it will be applied to all education areas. So this strategy will have an impact on the content of schools, because for us it's important to ensure that teachers have relevant skills. We want, for example, to ensure that children are good at problem solving, but we have separate subjects: math, physical education, and so on. At the moment, we're experimenting, trying to merge physics and chemical subject. So we want to teach school children to solve problems. So a certain task is given to school children, and they need to solve those tasks on the basis of multiple skills. As a child, I remember that a child often is unwilling to learn if he or she doesn't see a purpose or a practical purpose of a subject. Often only once we grow up we understand why we were being taught one thing or another, but as a child you don't understand it. So this strategy ensures that education system changes, and we need to allocate really a lot of financing, and this will take 10 years' time. I'm not sure that we're as ambitious, but I think that we are moving towards the right direction. Which direction are we going to? The strategy is drafted, it's there, but the skills strategy and what we need to say in all the discussions, it's not about specific skills. The strategy is about the system And this system needs to be able to adapt according to the needs of a specific period, according to each person, their social background, and so on. So each person needs to be able to obtain the necessary skills. To make sure we address the needs, we have a Human Resources Commission at the national level who is monitoring the needs. We often see, for example, if certain students graduate and then they work as low-skilled workers, then the financing is reduced in that area because we see there is no longer a need of that type of skill. So all these skills are the same in all countries, and the same skills were the same 10 years ago, learning how to cooperate, learning how to learn, digital skills, all these have been taught for children for years. But, as I've mentioned at the beginning, what is different now from 50 years ago is that changes happen quicker. We have descriptions of studies, and they name exactly what a student will learn. Now the programs are more orientative. There is some guiding principles. Now the system also in school is more flexible than before. And the strategy we're using is the skills strategy to ensure we create relevant environment, not that each person gets 5 or 6 skills. Massimo, the last question to wrap up, so that you would be able to reply which path we need to take, because we've heard many options, suggestions, quality, focus on teachers' profession, focus on content. So there is various options here. But in your opinion, where should be the major focus placed on in terms of future skills?
Well, I think all the ideas and the concepts that have been mentioned are clearly relevant, and also, I mean, going back to the question you asked me before, I think this discussion shows very well that the solutions have to be found also at the country level. I mean, there are very specific problems and issues that are needed. So it's difficult to say, to choose only one of these directions. I think our view, and also as it is reflected in the plan that we have approved and then has been endorsed also by the Council, it seems to me that it tries to pursue all these different avenues, trying to improve the quality of education in the end. Of course, I mean, addressing the availability of teachers and also their constant upskilling, actually, because I mean the world is changing very fast, and so also teachers need to upgrade the skills over time is very important. Restructuring the network of institutions also is very important, as also foreseen in the Millennium Programme, so as to concentrate the resources and use them more efficiently. I mean, this also applies to the physical infrastructure, but it applies also, of course, to the personnel that is working in schools. And also, I mean, also we have in the plan an upgrade of the review of the competence that are to be taught. So overall, what we judge this to be a convincing and comprehensive strategy, and I think our main message at this stage is that we really would like to focus on the implementation of it as set out in the plan and in the Council implementing decision, that is the legal instrument supporting the implementation of the plan. And of course, also, as we said, I mean, there are other EU funds that come also in support of what is in the RRP. So for me, very interesting discussion, confirming that this is a key area, and also confirming that there are a lot of constructive debate going on in Lithuania that will certainly help to find the good solutions to some not very easy issues.
Thank you. Aš irgi tikiuosi, kad rasim geriausius sprendimus.
I really do hope we will find the best solutions. I would like to thank the panelists. And I would like to invite you to share your position, what in your opinion is the best solution and what commitments taken by Lithuania will work best. So you have two options on Slido. Which commitment is the best in your opinion?
Keičiasi, kol kas pertvarkyti mokyklų tinklą, įgyvendinti tūkstantmečio mokyklų.
School reform, millennium programs and implementation. There is a number of replies, creation of one system, improvement of digital skills.
Taip, visgi kol kas daugiausia yra už pertvarkymą mokyklų tinklo. Tai va čia tie nepaprastai.
So the majority are for the reform of the school system. So I would like to thank all the participants. Thank you for the listeners. And I'm now inviting Marius for the wrap-up, to provide the final wrap-up. And the interpreter apologizes because there will be no further interpretation provided due to the meeting being late. Thank you.
Ačiū. Žinot, pabaigoje apibendrinimas tai yra tokie šiuo atveju ir lengviausia ir sunkiausia dalis. Lengviausia dėl to, kad jau viskas buvo pasakyta, tai tiesiog sudėti akcentus. O sunkiausia dėl to, kad iš karto po to seka pietus. Tai visada visose konferencijose sunkiausia būti paskutiniu kalbėtoju prieš pietus. Aš keletą nedidelių akcentų, šiek tiek vėluojame su pabaiga, norisi per daug jūsų neužlaikyti, tai keletą mano galva svarbių akcentų. Pirmiausia, primenant truputėlį paties instrumento išskirtinumą Europoje, ar ne, kad tai yra instrumentas visų pirma, kuris finansuojamas bendromis obligacijomis visos ES, yra didelis susiejimas tarp reformų ir investicijų, mokėjimo, išmokėjimo, yra didelis nukreipimas pačių investicijų į ateities rytis. Ir kaip mes matome, tiesą sakant, tas nukreipimas, kuris jau buvo nuspręstas prieš metus ar du, tiesą sakant, ir dabar dar neišeina iš mados ir netgi keičiantis iššūkių pobūdžiui nuo tokių postpandeminių iššūkių prie karo iššūkių, vis tik tai aktualumas išlieka tiek žalumo, tiek skaitmenos. Aš dar gal norėčiau pabrėžti labai stipriai, nes manau tai yra be galo svarbu, plano išskirtinumas Lietuvoje, šio instrumento išskirtinumas Lietuvoje, nes ir ministrė tą labai stipriai akcentavo, tai kad viskas, kas yra jį sudėta, labai stipriai sutampa su vyriausybės programa. Ir aš manau, kad tai yra gerai. Tai yra gerai ir tai yra papildomas politinis įsipareigojimas, yra papildomas stimulas. Vienas klausimas buvo neatsakytas per slaido, kodėl iš 800 milijardų tik tai 2 milijardai Lietuvai ir kokia yra formulė. Aš galiu pabandyti jį atsakyti, tikslių skaičių jums neišvardinsiu, bet tarp šitų 800 milijardų didesnioji dalis yra paskolos, šiek tiek mažesnė dalis, beveik pusė, yra subsidijos. Tai kai mes kalbame apie Lietuvai skirtus 2 milijardus, tai mes kalbame apie subsidijas. Lietuva taip pat rimtai svarsto taip pat ir paskolinės dalies pasinaudojimą. Na, o kaip nuo tos jau dalies ar ne, kodėl Lietuvai būtent 2 milijardai, tai yra tarp valstybių narių sutarta formulė, jis susijusi su nedarbo lygmeniu, su BVP lygmeniu, su išsivystymo lygmeniu. Matėme pirmąją ministrės skaidrę, kuri labai džiugina, kaip Lietuva kokią pažangą padarė savo BVP lygmenyje nuo 2014 metų, nuo 2004 netgi iki dabar ir suprantame, kad po truputėlį mūsų poreikis paramai taip pat mažėjo. Dabar keletą žodžių apie kiekvieną iš panelių. Paskutinė, gal aš mažiausiai paliesiu, jį ką tik baigėsi, buvo labai svarbi. Nes ir problemos šioje srityje, švietimo įgūdžių srityje Lietuvoje yra be galo įsisenėjusios. Bet tiesą pasakius, aš esu gan optimistiškas, kad šį kartą mums gali pavykti padaryti proveržį. Ir tai yra susijęs su tuo, jog girdžiu pozityvius atsiliepimus apie 1000-mečio mokyklų programą. Žinot, reformas gali daryti taip tokiais 2 būdais. Vienas arba meduolio principu, kitas bizūno principu. Tai čia, man atrodo, labai puikiai veikia meduolio principas, būtent 1000-mečio mokyklų atveju. Ir aš tikrai tikiuosi, kad rezultatai bus geras pokytis. Skaitmena, pradedant toliau einant iš pabaigos, skaitmena yra antras svarbiausias blokas šiame instrumente. Ir šiam tikslui visoms ES šalims yra numatyta daugiau negu 140 milijardų eurų investicijų. Ir aišku, kad svarbiausias dalykas, dėl ko reikalinga pažanga skaitmenoje, yra tas, kad ES ir kartu ir Lietuva išliktų konkurencinga pasauliniu mastu. Įvairiausiai technologijų raida, dirbtinio intelekto pasitelkimas, gebėjimai greitai apdoroti didžiuosius duomenis, tai yra svarbus dalykai, jie išliks svarbus ir džiaugiuosi, kad mes link to einame. Lietuva daug padariusi, bet jeigu pasižiūrėtumėme į skaitmeninį indeksą visos ES mastu, tai esame ne prie pirmūnų, mes esame ir ne pabaigoje, esame maždaug viduriuke. Tai kitaip tariant, turime dar daug kur pasistengti. Ir tos investicijos, manau, bus vėlgi atneš gerų rezultatų. Aišku, girdėjau daug kalbant apie ambiciją, apie tai, kad veikime realiu greičiu, reikalingas greitis ir panašiai. Tai labai svarbu ir neabejoju, kad tai bus irgi daroma. Vienas akcentas susijęs su skaitmena yra galimybės sustiprinti, dar labiau sustiprinti savo atsparumą kibernetiniams atakoms. Aš manau, kad šiandieninėme kontekste tai turi pakilti dar aukščiau tarp prioritetų sąrašo. Ir paskutinis, turbūt, bene gal svarbiausia diskusija buvo, ne tai, kad svarbiausia, bet aktualiausia turbūt gavosi tokia apie energetiką, nes dažnai taip jau atsitinka, kad reikia krizės, jog pajaustum, ką nuveikia ir ką dar reikia kuo greičiau padaryti. Tai faktas, jog su dujų ir naftos tiekimu ir to tiekimo saugumu ir atsijungimu nuo rusiškų iškastinių išteklių Lietuva yra puikiai susitvarkiusi, tačiau buvo nekartą pasakyta, kad nuo 2014 metų elektros importas augo. Ir dėl to dabar turime auginti elektros generaciją. Ir dėl to laikas tą savo nuoseklumą ir įžvalgą, kurį naudojame statydami, tarkime, suskystintųjų dujų terminalą, jį panaudoti generacijos vystymui. Ministrė išsakė tikrai nuostabų, mano galva, ambicingą tikslą, kad 2030 metais Lietuva taptų elektrą generuojančią valstybę. Ir aš išgirdau, kad realu kurti generaciją tokiu greičiu. Aišku, reikia galvoti, kur dėti perteklinę energiją, kaip sukurti eksporto magistrales ir panašiai. Lėšų poreikis, be jokios abejonės, šiai energetikos daliai jis yra didelis ir dar didės. Bet čia vėlgi truputėlį grįžtant prie paties instrumento, aš ir pačioje pradžioje minėjau, kad turėtų atsirasti galimybių daugiau dar papildomo turėti finansavimo ir jį be abejo bus galima nukreipti į energetinę dalį ir Lietuva, ministrė minėjo, tikrai nori pasinaudoti ir paskolinę dalimi taip pat šio instrumento ir aš manau, kad to bijoti nereikia. Jeigu tos paskolos ateinančios tikrai geriomis sąlygomis yra naudojamos geriems tikslams, tai tai yra normalus ir tikrai apdairus biudžeto tvarkymas. Na ir galbūt pabaigai aš tik tai prisiminsiu minėtą Saulės parko statymą Baltijos jūroje, turbūt ir Palanga gal buvo paminėta, nežinau ar buvo paminėta, bet žodžiu, apie tai, kad jis stovės 30 km nuo kranto ir tai reiškia, kad saulėlydžio metu jis neturėtų tokios turėti vizualinės taršos, kas reiškia, kad tie, kurie įpratę matyti saulėlydžius visiškai neužstojamus, galės to džiaugtis. Bet aš dar tokį pozityvų dalyką įžvelgiu, kad jeigu taip kaip sako Darius Maikštėnas, tai ryte turėtų matytis tas parkas. Tai tie, kuriems įdomu bus jį pamatyti ryte, galės ateiti prie jūros ir žiūrėti ir tai tik tai padidins susidomėjimą mano galva Lietuvos pajūrių. Ačiū dar sykį, ačiū visiems pranešėjams, ačiū tiems, kurie klausėsi ir tai tikrai ne paskutinė diskusija. Manau, turėsime progų pratęsti, o šiandieną dėkoju visiems.
Taip, ačiū Mariau už apibendrinimą. Iš tiesų, oficialioji dalis baigėsi. Organizatoriai dar prašo dar sykį slaido programėlę pasinaudoti, įvertinti renginį 10-baliai sistemoje, jeigu dar turite noro ir galimybių. Ir kviečiame pabendrauti kitoje salėje prie pietų. Geros dienos, iki sekančių kartų.